Gracia churns endlessly, a mechanical beast chewing its own tail, convinced it's a feast. Towers of brass and glass rise high into the smog, their edge catching the moonlight like the teeth of a saw. Steam escapes from hidden veins in the streets below, curling upward as ghosts trying to flee a city that keeps them bound. The streets hum with motion, the frantic pulse of gears and engines pretending they're alive, as if noise could replace meaning. Two figures stand on a neighboring rooftop, cloaked in the smog of a city that wouldn't seem to know they exist. The taller one, still as the moon itself, their metallic cloak catching faint streaks of light through the haze. Beneath their hood, smooth lines of soft light trace their face, flowing like streams on a map only they can read. They are calm, unshaken, as if this rooftop were the only solid ground they've ever known. The shorter one shifts constantly, arms crossed, pacing the edge of the rooftop. Their patched cloak flutters sharply in the polluted breeze, each step like a defiant challenge to the city below. Jagged lines on their skin seem to cut against the air, their presence sharp and restless. Following the taller one's gaze across the gap, a private hall blazes with golden light. Behind massive stained glass windows, a dinner party unfolds. Men and women, swathed in brass and velvet, toast to their own importance, their laughter rising like flames from a fire they themselves are feeding. The shorter figure ceases pacing to stand dangerously close to the edge, as if to challenge the wind itself. They don't even know what's happening. They rarely do. This is ridiculous. Miles away, lands are on the brink of collapse, and here we are watching them drink wine. Here is where we were sent. We shouldn't be here. We should be watching the Child of Flame, or the one Undulith controls, or somewhere that matters. The taller one tilts their head slightly. This matters. Does it? The shorter one throws up their hands, pacing again. They think they're untouchable. They toast to their progress, refusing to notice the sand clinging and digging between their damned golden cobblestones. Most won't see the end coming before it does. The shorter one stops, turning sharply towards the taller figure. You say that like it's fine. Like it doesn't make your skin crawl to stand here and watch it all fall apart. It doesn't. Convenient. The taller one doesn't respond. They're calm, unbroken. The shorter figure steps closer, their voice rising. You'd rather be here, wouldn't you? Far from the war brimming, far from the fire, far from the light. They stop mid-sentence, watching the taller figure closely. For the first time, the stillness shifts as the taller one finally turns to their partner, face shrouded now in shadow. The light isn't ours anymore. But it was. They were. And they're out there now, twisting and defiling everything and everyone they touch. The taller one straightens, the faint glow under their hood brightening. The light is beyond our reach. Because we abandoned it. Because it is no longer ours to hold. Shorter one shakes their head, stepping back towards the edge of the rooftop. It's easy for you to say that. I know this isn't the first time you saw a world fall to itself, but why? Why stay here? The taller one gazes towards the moon, faintly visible through the smog. Here is where the threads cross. And everyone else Everywhere else, they're fraying. To pull at the threads is to tear the weave. The shorter one leans against the edge of the rooftop. And when the princess and the primordial champion fall to him, when the child burns too bright, when the drowning ones sink the islands for good, we just watch that too. We observe. We report. And we let it happen. Taller one faces forward again, looking back towards the glowing hall. What else would you have us do? The shorter one doesn't answer, their fists clenched at their sides. Laughter bursts through the closed windows from the hall. Below, the streets hum with the rhythm of the city, endless and exhausting. The shorter figure crouches down, dusting away the sand on their boot. I hate this. The waiting. No. The knowing. Time passes as the wind suddenly stirs, scattering smoke and ash between the towers. There is a dull flash of white-blue light, and in an instant, the rooftop is empty. Its watchers gone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. Welcome to the new year, everybody. As we look at the faces, we're still waiting for Nav to be able to jump in, but as we look at the new face of the Wreckless, everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Arr.
What's up?
Hello.
Hello. For those who have no idea what this is, welcome. We are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, having 5 parties living, existing, and breathing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Astera. A new year, bringing in new and interesting challenges, new and interesting faces, and possibly, definitely, eventually, the fate of the world of Astera itself. Yeah, that's my announcement. There's something's happening, but in the meantime, we can be partying it up with our friends in the Wreckless.
We're all the way down here in the islands. It's fine.
All the way down
It's
here.
fine. Yeah.
All the way down here. Nothing could affect them. Welcome. Yeah. So announcements for today. Obviously, you saw that video. We'll be running that a couple more times. I was making sure that every campaign is getting to see that at least once, and then posting the short video for you guys to be able to dissect and go crazy about. Or just say it's fine. I'll figure it out when we get there. There are some new things on the horizon for Astera as we are coming closer and closer to the brink of possibly the end of the known world. For those watching, stay tuned for that. For those participating, stop it. Fix it. but in a cool way that makes it really feel thematic. Yeah. Other than that, the only other announcement I have is for those that are watching the channel and wanting to help us out. Best way to do so is to like and subscribe where you're watching this, whether that is on YouTube or Twitch. You can also check out our Instagram and TikTok down below. We have, where we have some really fun sort of scenes of the good times, the bad times, and by golly, the silliest of times for sure. So please check that out. You can do so at it's a long story _ TTRPG. Like I said, it's right down there. Please check it out. Please and thank you. You can also no, yeah, not yet. Never mind. You can also have fun tonight watching this. Before we begin tonight's session, we need a recap of where we left off with the party. There they are. But first, everybody say hi to Nav.
Hi.
Hi, Nav.
Hey!
Happy New Year.
Exist.
I hope this works. If not, I'm gonna cry.
Nope, it looks
No,
like
we
it
can
worked.
see you.
We see you and hear you. It's working.
I'm on my
Beautiful.
phone. I'll change in
Alright.
30 minutes.
Yeah, that'll do it.
It works. It works.
We'll do what we
As
need
long
to
as
do.
it's charged and plugged in.
And
Cool.
that's what I use as a camera.
Yeah, before we begin tonight's session, we do need to get a recap of where we left off. And man, it's been a year.
Hey.
And that's a silly joke. But I'll be honest with you, in my head, it feels like a year. So we definitely need to be reminded. And I can think of no one else to give the the full, accurate, no holds barred description of tonight's or of last session's events than Drew. So Drew, please take it away.
As I say every time, you should have been watching. So let's get into this recap. So we start off with Carvis comes to the ship to talk to the group. He actually hands Carr some fishnet leggings or bracers of defense, which he snaps around his ankles and it weaves around his legs. Fishnets. He looks good in them. And Ogra gets some seeds that they sent off for her to get for his son. Then Carvis tells us about the crate of holding we had no idea we had on the ship. So that's pretty nice. We surprised Carvis with his own invention, which was Ulysses. And over time, he ended up about thinking about it and found out he just put two unseen servants in the same spot and created him. The group talks about the book that they found out about the ship, which is just a manual.
And Ulysses is
one of the unseen servants that is hyper intelligent.
yeah, I'll take it.
He's sentient. He's gained self-awareness.
Yes, he has 4 legs.
He's a ghost.
No,
in
that's
the
a centaur.
Wait, that's
Wow.
yes.
No.
And for compensation, he wants to play I
Who
Spy.
allowed this? Who's in charge here?
What is going on? So
This guy, he's in charge.
the other half of the group finds out about the gear that Zed has. And, well, they do a slight freak out of they've been hearing everything. They ask him who it is. It was Marcus. And apparently he's a cleaner on one of the Merlin-Loke ships, but he doesn't work for them, or he says he doesn't. And he goes to tell the group about the Asher. Before they know it, the group sets sail. They say bye to everybody, and they're off to go get Kobamu. Pretty easy sell over to get Kobamu, not too much. Kobamu figures out what magic doors are, kind of. He's still a little fuzzy on that. Yun tries to help him out with it. He does not like spicy food. Carr is now a king, so we got King Carr now. That's great, Carr. You're King Carr. We need to send you a little crown. There's some talk about cooking food. You know, the normal stuff. Kobamu's looking to fight some bird with a big sword. Car knows nothing about this guy. Just that there's a bird with a big sword. They decided to go, where was it? We were heading south towards Gunbull. Was the next place we were gonna set sail to.
But yeah, it's all good.
On their way to there, they end up spotting a ship, and a bird-like creature goes up in the air from the ship. So Carr decides to take flight as well and see what's going on. They do a little aerial spin, try to talk to each other. He said it's better if they talk down on the ship instead of in the air. Carr comes back, and Ewan and Rigaris set off to go talk to them. They meet up with the captain, who is a sea elf named Edwin Sablehop, and the bird that Carr was talking to is T-Wall, who is their navigator. They try to figure out what's going on. The ship basically is, I guess, a merchant ship. They want to trade, and they invite everybody to dinner, which they, for some reason, still don't want to really talk to anybody. So Zed was right in the first place to go over, and everybody told him no. Zed is awesome. And a small gnome appears in the middle of the crowd of the ship and is told to head back down by the name of Vera. And that, I'm pretty sure, is everything, unless I forgot something.
All right. First off, thank you, Drew. Anything else we need to add, friends? The first thing I'm going to add is Nav. Your place is in danger of smoke. Your smoke alarm's going off.
Oh yeah, we don't. I know how. I'm just a
How
girl.
do you live with that?
I'm just a girl.
How do you live with that sound?
I ignore it. I forget it exists. Okay. It's gonna. Well, one of you come over and just change my smoke alarm for me,
Just
please.
take it down and take the batteries out.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that. It's in the kitchen,
Just
guys.
twist and
Come
put a new
on.
battery in it.
It's just a screw.
It's a rental.
That's what YouTube's
I don't
for.
know.
9-volt out,
anyway,
9-volt
that's
in.
yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
AI
After we
will catch
completely
on.
called
We'll give you
Nav
time.
down for a good
I'll
minute.
give you time. I promise. We'll give you
Right now?
We'll give you like 3 minutes. Yeah, if you don't mind.
I don't. Do I need? Okay. I'm gonna look so stupid on the
Or
internet.
I'll have
Do
to
I
keep
want
muting and unmuting
batteries?
you.
Don't worry about
Okay.
the battery. Just
No,
twist,
just take the
pull,
battery
take
out.
it off.
Yeah.
I don't know how
Yeah.
to do
Just
that.
hit it with
Bring
a
us
hammer.
with you.
Oh yeah, take us with
Oh,
you. Yeah,
take-
that's great.
Yeah.
You guys wanna
I
go
like
to
that a
my
lot.
horrible flat?
Let's go. I like
Oh
Oh,
my god.
Okay, I will be right back then.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Good
I
luck.
don't know how to. I might not
believe
come
in you.
back.
Pull. Twist and
I
pull.
believe in you.
I'll buy you a
I'm
new one
too-
if it breaks.
Nav regrets doing everything to come back to this.
It's a
Oh my
guarantee.
God.
If
I'm
it breaks,
5'4". I
will buy
can't
you a new
reach
one.
the thing, guys.
Don't you have a kitchen?
How am I? I'll take the kitchen kitchen floor and show you how wobbly it is too.
On today's episode
done.
of D&D
I'm done.
Cribs,
I'll be
Nav.
I'm gonna give you. I'll give you 2 minutes. If you can't get it, no problem. I'll just have to.
No, it's
I'll
fine.
be muting and unmuting you. We'll
okay.
take it from there.
Just turn that frequency all the way down. It's one beep.
I can
There's gotta
BS
be
for
like
2
a lane
minutes.
You could just be
Yeah.
like 18,000. Yeah.
Oh,
We lost.
friends, welcome.
Oh, I did have something to add.
Yes, please.
Dude, did you do that video over like the Christmas break? Like the whole, was that something you've been working on for a while, or like did you do it over Christmas break?
Let me roll something. And I'll do it in our new dice cam too. Here we go.
Dice cam.
All right,
It's back.
11.
The square
no
and a
help.
square.
What are you talking about, Drew?
It's a beach
crap!
towel.
Oh crap!
No,
No.
oh no! We're going dimensions.
Across the
Last
streams.
time on Unearthed Arcanum. Okay, so here's what happened. I ordered a thing. It never came. And instead, I was like, well, I plan on doing this eventually, so that project got moved up forward. Yeah, Christmas break.
So all of that is to say yes.
It's amazing.
Thank you.
I mean, like you
Yeah.
you made a little 5-minute animation with voiceover and music. Like that's what you did. Like
Yeah.
like it's, you know, whether, you know, you like, yeah, like it has effects. It is, you could watch that as like a show, and I would be good. I would enjoy, like, it's well done. I know when you do things like very professionally, like you make sure that they are good, and that, yeah, it's impressive with what you did with the technology and how good that is. So yeah, cool.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Blew
You'll
my mind when I
die.
first saw it for the
Flat
rat
middle.
light.
You'll die last. Yeah.
You'll die, maybe.
I feel like dying last is not
Worst.
is just as bad. at
Yeah,
least.
no, fair.
You'll
Middle
middle
is, yeah, right in the middle.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Point of order, I forgot to ask since I wasn't here before we left Sway if Carvis could give me some diamonds for Revivify.
Roll me a d20, 11 or higher.
Okay.
8 or higher.
Okay.
No luck. Oh,
7.
I love
man.
it. I hate Revivify.
Yeah, I
Don't give me a
well,
chance to come back to
That's
the life.
surprising. Yeah.
Well,
Cheapens my life. One life only.
Ogre got
maybe
distracted by the
unguardable.
seeds. She got distracted by the seeds.
Wait, no, I have 31 health. Never mind.
I like one life only, as we've died how many times?
Yeah,
So,
right.
Sort of as, you know.
One
I
life
How many
only.
times have you been injured, Yoon?
I love that soap
Good
opera.
Yeah.
I'm
like
keeping
the way it's
Revivify on her spell list at all times once I get that diamond.
We'll get you one. We can get one in Gonbold.
They may have
Maybe
one
from
on
this
the ship
trading
we're
ship. We
going
have a
to.
trading
Here,
ship.
there's a nice casino
Okay.
there. You can steal stuff from.
We shouldn't go there.
That still blows my mind. You stole that deck of cards and you gave shit to Ogra about stealing.
It's technically mine.
We could always ask Marcus. He's getting information for me.
No, he's not.
If Ogra was there when she heard, if I was there, like Ogra would give June so much shit for that.
I really I can't wait for someone to be jumping in now on this and being like, "Oh, did we miss the session and we're hearing the recap, the post-op?"
That's why you all need to watch, so I don't have to do these recaps.
Drew, you're
love it.
terrifying the
Every
viewers.
time.
Beautiful. Okay. Was there are you sure there wasn't anything else we missed?
We didn't. I didn't explain. The crew was a bunch of orcs, right? And
No.
They were varied.
No, there's a hobgoblin.
Varied?
and
No.
all that
Okay.
Stuff.
Car and Riar
There's a
had
half
to talk.
orc.
um,
We did have a sort of manic talk over each other. That
Yeah,
Drew says
yeah, we did.
the ship came on the back of a jellyfish, right?
The
well-
other Eric Cocker did not did not
Yes,
treat
actually,
Carr
super important
the
point.
way
Yeah.
that the rest of the party would have liked.
Right.
Yeah.
I want
But
to
Carr,
choose my words carefully.
yeah.
Yeah, and you were
He
like,
probably shrugged
leave
it
it. And we were
off.
like, no. And you were like, just leave it. And we're like,
Yeah, leave it. Let it go.
Everybody
Yeah.
got really mad at the DM.
he prevented me from going
"Not
over
like
there.
this bird."
Why are you guys why is Joe being so mean to Jack?
We did not get the name of the hobgoblin yet, right?
I don't believe so.
Nos. I think I wrote down.
Yeah, there might have been some of these that I just kind of gave you guys as like these will come up.
after.
So, but sorry.
Okay, and I think there wasn't any more characters shown from the ship that I know of.
What is happening today? Cool. Let me because we got a little time here. Excuse me.
Technical difficulties.
Let me give. You never say technical difficulty. Hey,
Is that a thing?
little thing for everybody.
on wood.
Never say that.
Huh.
You never say it. You say, "We'll be right
Regulate.
back." That wasn't me chastising. Just a fun little Just a fun
This
little.
Yeah,
is the
that's
getting
fun
to know
facts.
us session right
Like
now.
that bananas are unlucky. That's another.
Right,
I've learned
which
so many
I-
I've
things.
I had
never
no
heard
idea.
that.
Oh, wait, no, well, you can't take bananas on a ship because it's unlucky.
That's yeah.
That's-
Well,
that's what I
apparently,
said.
yeah. You Daniel knew it, and you know it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only thing I know about bananas and water is bananas don't float because of Life of Pi.
Because of Life of Pi, that's why
That's
they don't
why
float.
they don't. That's why they don't float. Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
That that movie did so much for so many things.
For so many bananas, it did so much for so many bananas.
All right, let's for so many bananas, all of them really. Okay.
Hey.
So we see, but looking over Groot's mysterious bracelet in the cog. Did you mention the bracelet?
Conveniently skimmed over that.
He said a
part
device.
there.
Like they found his device, I think is what you called it.
Oh, I talked about cars, but were you talking about the one that I had?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
No, I did not talk about that. Basically, it is a leather cuff with runes in it that was Carvis was not able to charge, and he said material was foreign or alien to him, so he did not know what he could do with it, and he did not know anybody of any other field that would be of help about it.
Right.
But the
But I
only thing
believe
I could
Zed also clued in the group on where it's from. Correct me if I'm wrong.
yes, from his timeline and the Asher were the ones that gave it to him.
Say it one more again for the people in the back.
The Asher?
The what?
Azure?
The Order of the Azure. Yeah.
Nice. You got it. Get that Z in there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Enough of that. Cool. Nav will be back when Nav is back. They are trying to get back in.
They had
But
a problem with the smoke alarm going off, and
That's
also
not coming back. Just giving up.
it's been a day. Well,
Oh my
and
god.
Jack's gone. But for everybody that's here, you guys ready to play some D&D?
hey,
Hell yeah.
Welcome to the freaking new year. We're going to jump forward in time just a little bit. We'll give it kind of enough of a space of like, DM, this is what I wanted to do leading up to this. We'll definitely give room for that. But to be able to kind of reset, to be able to set the scene in the space of where I want it to be, because I'm the master and commander, we are going to come to a little dinner scene. So, as the members of the Wreckless, you guys your ship is fine where it is. It is they're both kind of connected together. You are all on the. What's my notes? Storm's Cradle, I believe.
Did we do anything to cover up Kobamu?
No, we did not.
Is
Well,
the
we
I'm
have
saying
to-
there was
like-
time.
Yeah.
Like above
Yeah.
board, yes, there was time for sure.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of hint at that going there. But I want to kind of start into this scene first, and then we'll kind of go into that little background stuff. Cool. Things don't want to work. Great. Good. There we go. Okay, cool. So we are pulling out from the top point of view to our ship of the Wreckless, as it is as the camera is slowly moving over to a slightly smaller ship, but very similar in size. Not nearly as new and as clean, actually noticeably worn. The Storm's Cradle. We notice there is a figurehead on the top, or on the the front sort of post of the ship leading out. That is a carved, looks to be like a bird of prey, wings spread wide. We notice that along the edges of the hull are little lightning-shaped etches that seem to head down into the water. And we notice, as far as those pieces, they look like they've relatively been kept up pretty well, but the all of the rigging and the sails of the ship are very worn. As we come down to the side of the hull, we have this small little porthole window that we push through, and we see figures that are sitting at a dinner table. The figures that we see, I'll make sure I hopefully have this up. First, at the head of the table is a sea elf figure that is who had introduced himself as Edwin Sableharp. So you see a figure that is very tall, lean, silverish gray eyes that seem to be missing pupils. They seem to always be slightly glowing, especially in the dark sort of candlelight that you guys find yourself in. He is kind of chowing down, but will be probably looking up and having most of the conversation with you all. To his right, do not have a picture of this individual at the moment. No, I do. Where is it? Is a half orc. This figure would be more of a kind of like heavy grunting type of figure. Doesn't really seem to talk very much unless needed. I'll get that picture when it comes up. But would introduce himself as Garrick Rhyme. He looks to be missing fingers on his left hand. Face is covered in scars that look to be slightly faded, and his nose looks to be having kind of like the bones. Most likely had his nose had been broken one too many times, and you see the nose has like these little kind of like bones that seem to have healed not quite right.
And Owen Wilson knows.
A little more bulbous than that, but yeah. But not bulbous. All right. We move over to another figure that is a gnome. She is sort of like very sallow-skinned, but has this very like wild, untamed, almost pitch black sort of hair. That a good like front sort of like puff of it is actually almost kind of like blocking her face, as she seems to be. She would introduce herself as Yora Slipknot. She is very much kind of like that typical sort of gnome vibe where everything is not quite fast enough for her. But you notice that her hands, as they are tapping the table, waiting for her serving to come, seem to have a very calloused sort of look about them. Let's see. I believe this. Yeah, so second to last. You also see the figure that seems to clearly be defined as the quartermaster. Who is called himself Nos. But you've heard other figures, sailors kind of like on the ship kind of like walking by. You might have heard the phrase Blackjaw. Nos is a hobgoblin. For a hobgoblin, not as lean as Yoon, but definitely kind of in that in-between sort of muscular shape that you would have seen from hobgoblins that you will see a lot of pretty soon. Nav, welcome back. Um,
I'm here.
you're
I'm
here.
fuck.
We see Nos has some like kind of scruffy sort of facial hair that's like more of like a neck beard that's underneath. Seems to be uh, very kind of dodgy is not the right word, but I'd say like in your initial sort of interactions, he seems to be I would say sizing you up. Trying to kind of figure things out, especially Yoon. Um, will kind of handle things as we turn the table to where you guys are here in a minute on that. But I would say is every once in a while kind of like his eyes seem to be shifting over to Yoon's side. And then lastly, is the Aarakocra that had originally made first contact, T-Wall. For those that are typing this out, it is Tihual, T-Wall.
I spelled that wrong.
All good. So, very interesting sort of figure with the sort of silvery gold, kind of like almost like it's brass, really, like kind of like shiny sort of marking on the side of his face that looks to be like maybe a wound, maybe just some sort of like skin sort of pigmentation being a little bit off. You wouldn't notice seeing him standing up or sitting down, but his wings look to be a little bit slimmer, like as if it might be missing something. He has seemingly been, I would say, more pompous, but like also kind of like withholding too much emotional responses to the party. On the other side of the table are you all, and I'd like you all to introduce yourself. It is the new year. Time has passed somewhat since you guys have introduced what your characters looked like. So there's maybe some more weathering or something that's shifted over from there. As we turn our attention over to the figures of the Wreckless. So we will start with Yoon. Also, on top of this, we'll say if there's anything that you want to make sure that you're preparing and wanted to do in the meantime of like leading up into this, questions, things like that, we'll say you can go ahead and do that now. So, but we'll start with Yoon. What do you look like in this scene?
Real quick, what was the captain's name again? I think it's the captain. Edwin something silver. Sable. So way off.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
These are in handouts too.
Yeah. Just for names, I have to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Quick note. Okay. So, Yoon, like the quartermaster, is a hobgoblin, or a loa, as the local hobgoblins call themselves. He's lean, but probably a little bit more muscular than when they first met up. When you first met Riaris, they've been through some things, and he's been probably bulking up a little bit, but he's still quite lean. He has a lot like Nas. His nose is somewhat similar. It doesn't have exactly a broken look, but it is bulbous. It has a little bit of it's not it's a little bit flattened. He has blonde, kind of golden hair and eyes, and he's wearing he has red skin, obviously, and he's wearing a yukata, or a kind of, which has transitioned a little bit more. It's kind of like a kimono, but it's a bit more piratey now. I think there's a collar to it. It's a little bit more jacket like, but there's still a very flowery, colorful design on it. He changes this. I think he has various ones that he has brought with him, and yeah. He has tusks, pointed ears, and he has a little bit more of a thinner, more gaunt look than a lot of other hobgoblins. He's has a look of a little bit maybe malnourished. I don't know, but generally, yeah. He's handsome for a hobgoblin. I'll say that. But still hobgoblin-y, I don't think he has his double-barreled kind of flintlock pistol out right now. He's probably trying to be polite at the dinner table, but he has a deck of cards. I think he's got that out, and as is a sort of nervous habit, he's shuffling and sort of flicking cards back and forth, and he has a casual, careless look about him. But I think if his friends look closer, they can see that he's a little nervous.
Okay, beautiful. Yoon, give me a perception. Actually, sorry, give me a nature check.
Sure. I'll be a 16.
16. With a 16, you notice that the food that is in the process of being placed in front of you right now looks to be it gives I would say, like, you notice there's a lot of vegetable, like root type vegetables on here, as well as meat that is not fish at all. Like, it's actually like some sort of heavy like slab of beef. It looks I'd say, like, as far as like how well it was cooked, it was pretty well, pretty decent, but also looks to be relatively fresh. Say you'd venture the 16th. Say you'd venture, couldn't be more than a month or so.
Right. Can I identify the meat as something, or even the vegetables? Is there anything here that's like not from here? Like food that you wouldn't find on the islands, or Furon specifically, or other islands too, as far as I know, or meat too.
Yeah, I think carrying that over, you definitely notice that the meat that you see does not look familiar. I think, like, most of even like I'll say that's good enough in this that you venture a guess in the idea this was not from the Isles.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Any questions or things leading up to make sure we're handling, or maybe we should just do that at the end. Let's do that.
Yeah, that's what I figured. We would go. Yeah, other people would get their descriptions, whatnot.
Absolutely. Let's do it. So we move over to kind of passing down from your sort of side of the table. We kind of pass just the hint of like the start of a porthole window, and then Riars's face gleams into view. What does Riars look like in this moment?
Yeah, Riaris is wearing kind of the new gear, so to speak, clothes that he picked up from Sway. He has made sure to keep his shirt nice and buttoned, and he is not wearing his pirate hat, just the bandana, as he realized no one else, at least his other ship, this is his second real kind of ship he's been on and seen, they're not really wearing hats, and so maybe hats aren't the thing to wear, so he left his back. He still has kind of a scar on his face and a couple new strands of white hair from certainly when he started here that he has kind of tucked back. His hair is pulled back underneath the kind of handkerchief in kind of like a ponytail in the back. And I think he's moving with a bit of not quite manic energy, but kind of a deep unease, as he's been trying to understand what exactly a first mate or roles on boats mean and should do. Probably reading into things too much, and so I imagine there was probably a little bit of a, well, if the captain's going over there, then I should stay here because someone's going to be on the boat because that's what they do, right? And how does this work? And who's going to take care of this? And not really necessarily knowing what he's talking about, but thinking that maybe that's what should be done. But he's here and happy to be here, but also very nervous about how did these things happen, and should I bring weapons, and well, should I bring my lance? Well, I can't bring that, that's too big, so what is he going to do? And I think he ends up kind of grabbing a relatively large knife from the kitchen and is bringing that as his weapon because he isn't sure what to do, but he shouldn't go unarmed. And so he's kind of has that awkwardly tucked into his belt as he comes over, and just has that, and is just like, I dressed wrong, like, why do I have this thing, as he kind of walks into the room and sees these other people here. And I think he kind of awkwardly stays and will wait for other people to sit first. He won't be one of the first people to sit down of the Wreckless. But he's just kind of there and kind of looking and trying to come into this scene of not wanting to do an insult without really knowing what he is doing, and not wanting to say something or speak. To not really wanting to say anything, and just trying to be deference to both the other crew as well as his own crew, without trying to be obvious about what happens. What are we doing? Is this how this works? Is this what this is? What is this? It's his first full day on ocean. We've already met with another boat, so here we are. I think that's about his general vibe.
Cool. I think as we have Riaris kind of being somewhat sort of nervous, the same meal is placed in front of you, and looking across the table is right across the table is that gnomish figure, Yora, who kind of like is not even necessarily nervously, just constantly moving, so like kind of like tapping fingers or looking, kind of waiting, catches your eye, and you see like just kind of like one side of her. Imagine like I think in a way of like it almost sort of like looks like we'll see how good Midjourney actually will gets this to work, but I'd say it looks almost like the front part almost looks like a pompadour of hair, but it's extended out downwards and it's just very frizzy. So very frizzy hair, but there's one sort of part. It looks like someone was like maybe trying to look emo, but has really, really, really curly hair, and has extended that. It is more facing out than down, but it is enough to be able to kind of block one eye, as you see her kind of look at you and gives you a big smile. And as you see the big smile, you notice that her front teeth look very like clean and neat, but you notice the back of her teeth seem to be a little sharp, like almost not sharpened to points, but look to be like a little bit more, for lack of a better word, a little feral. You notice that as she is moving her hair sort of behind her ears, at a certain point you notice that there is a significant amount of jewelry on one ear that is been somewhat maybe clumsily not installed. What's the word, guys? This is gonna be a good start.
That was the word going through my head. Install.
Yeah, installed.
Jabbed through.
Jabbed through.
Pierced?
Applied.
There it
Pierced.
is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Adorn.
No, they're all magnets.
I was going to say
so.
styled.
Oh
No,
yeah,
it's pierced.
magnets.
No, they're
yeah.
pierced. They're pierced for sure. I say like you actually probably like notice like there's one or two that are looking a little rough, like that sort of like infection sort of thing. Or I'll say maybe scarring from it, because it would have been from a long time ago, so like there's some scars and stuff like that from it. But yeah, so she gives you a smile that it's totally up to you. But I think for Riaris, would not take as a moment of ease in that.
No, I think her energy is just gonna kind of ramp his heartbeat up more, being like, "Oh, she's like, what is this?" And then he sees the smile, and I return the smile, and then as it widens, I see the teeth, I see the pullback, and it's just like, I think it's just internal is like, just hold it, don't look awkward, and just kind of like nod back at her and not try to not smile because it's kind of offsetting to me to be like, "Oh, okay, yep," and I think he bites his tongue rather than say something stupid. But just kind of, yep. Hi,
Beautiful.
Riaris, and just offer a hand as I sit down.
Yora.
Pleasure. Nice, nice boat. Thanks for inviting us here. Yeah.
Pleasure's
That's it.
all mine. You hurry up, please. Hurry up.
And the camera zooms away from Yora real quick and comes back on Riaris and slowly continues to kind of seem to move down the line to Zed. What does Zed look like in this moment?
Well, after hearing about the interaction with Carr, and then after sending 2 of his crew over and them still not accepting to talk, and then have to have me go over, he's not happy.
I have back it up and start again because I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
So originally, Carr was sad because the bird was basically like, ew.
Okay, cool. What do you look like at this moment? Let's fix there. Yeah.
Pissed off. He's
Okay.
very, very angry and giving death stare, pretty much like the picture.
To who?
To the captain. And the ones sitting left and right of the captain.
And also, obviously, it has not been a long time since Zed, this other form of Zed, has appeared in this. So I would imagine not a lot has changed. But go ahead and give the audience a basic sort of description of what we see with Zed.
More defined. He's a lot more rougher looking, scars, everything. He's had quite a few what is it? I guess it would be like changes, like doesn't have the red coral on the shoulder. Instead, he's got like the messed up ear with like a chunk missing, scar over the eye and the lip. Haircut's a little tighter, cleaner. And you won't notice the same weapon on him, pretty much, as this Zed is different, but the same.
Okay, cool.
And
What
he
do we
is a-
see on him?
You do see a barbed cursed dagger.
You see a cursed dagger? What's a cursed dagger look like? How do we know?
Well, it's a
Just-
barbed
I'm messing with
handled.
you. I'm messing with you.
He's
a very
cursed.
A very cursed looking.
Did you hear my intro? You want me to explain it now?
So for anybody who doesn't, who somehow is you're listening to the audiobook, Zed is a green-skinned sea elf
Thank
with
you.
pointy green kind of anime, chunky hair, and he's got he looks cool. He looks like a cool guy. Also,
like a cool
do you have 2 different colored eyes now?
Yes.
Fucking
One
awesome.
of
One
them
is-
actually is more like foggy and faded.
From the skull. Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking awesome.
Think of military emo boy blue elf.
Military,
Green.
emo, boy, blue, green, elf.
I don't know colors.
I prefer vlogs.
Beautiful. Great. Cool. Zed, you are staring daggers at the captain.
Oh yeah, I wanted to have a grand entrance when I first met everybody, but yes.
Okay. With the captain that you're staring at, you notice that he is kind of like continuing to kind of like work through his meal. But he is probably given given the looks and the sort of like mannerisms, things like that, he probably has not mentioned. He's not probably like sent a lot of discussion your way. He definitely notices it, but even you being the captain, I would say that look is for sure giving the vibe that a conversation is unwelcome. So, but yeah, that's about it. Cool. All right, so we're gonna continue to venture down. So as you guys are describe what you look like, let's say just imagine someone has no idea what you look like. That's the best way to put it. Cool. So we come to Ogre. What does Ogre look like in this moment?
Ogre is a lot different from that picture. She has her biggest thing that she loves. She has clothes that actually fit her. And the biggest key difference is she has the burn marks on both sides of her face, where Nala guided her out of darkness, so she has 2 handprints burnt into her hair that she covers one side up, parting her hair all the way, but you can see a shaved part with the imprint, and it's just starting to slowly grow back. She is a half orc, but she has pink hair, 1 red eye, 1 blue, and what we found out not too long ago, she is also half elf. So she has little half elf ears as well. Her staff got more shit on it, like the lady from the labyrinth with all the shit on her back. Think of that, but on her staff. And it's gonna get worse as we go.
Could you describe, in other words, what's on the staff?
All her knickknacks and shinies she's collected, and little objects that have very deep meaning to a few people in the group. Like she has a gold coin from when her and Kaelinor scammed the people of Sway, just like yesterday. Yep. She has a bit of Zed's coral on there. She has the compass Clementine gave her for the trade, and now the tuning fork for the ship, along with other knickknacks. And she's just sitting there, not knowing, like, never been to a dinner party type of thing. But she, like, grabs a drink, and she heard the term, when in doubt, pinky out. So she's just
nice
doing that. And she's eyeing the silverware because it's really nice, and she really, really likes it, and is debating if it's okay to take it.
It is really nice. I will say, as you look at the all of the dinnerware that you see out there, looks to be very well taken care of. Actually, I'll say, Ogre, given the idea of like your vested interest in that, go ahead and roll me a. I'll say an investigation check.
First roll of the new year for Ogre.
Just saying Zed approves.
I can't believe you didn't think people were going to get that labyrinth reference. You know, if you haven't seen it, just go stop this, go watch the labyrinth, and then come back.
Right.
That legend.
Right now? Okay, bye guys.
I think, yeah. Oh my! I think in my head it was like, there's a bunch of shit on her staff. Look at the shit on her back. Like I was like, that's not helpful for me. Yeah, there we go.
Well, -3. It's going to be a 5.
Okay, cool. So with a 5, looking at the silver, you notice like it is very shiny, very new. The plate has like an interesting sort of like silver sort of trim around the outside of it. It's really nice. You notice that the white of the say next to like kind of like through the porthole windows, as we're kind of seeing the sun starting to set and seeing the very bright white sails of your ship, you notice that the plate seems to be even like a little bit more darker, almost like a nice cool sort of like tannish beige, but in a very sort of elegant sort of way. Off-white.
Could Ogre just like
eggshell,
very casually grab a fork and just go, oh, and like just stick it in the back of her hair.
Can I
Okay.
make a perception check?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go for it.
Alright. I'm not good at perception anyway, so we'll see. Yeah, I mean, nope. 2. So
Oh, and I have advantage.
for what?
I have
assume
the
this
boots
is-
of elven kind.
Yeah. Also, above board, it's a new year, guys. You can't just roll stuff. You gotta let me. You gotta ask or let me know at least what you're rolling.
Is that
Oh, I
sleight of
thought
hand?
you said I could.
I didn't say any of that. I said yes to the
Okay.
perception check. It's all good. I assume this is sleight of hand.
I was thinking stealth for some reason, but yes, it would be
That's why
sleight
we
of
do
hand.
this.
Oh, that's a natural 20. That would
Well,
make
wait,
it.
didn't you already
25.
roll?
I forgot what those rolls are because I picked them up when you
She
said not
rolled
to.
stealth first.
I'll give you a dirty 20. You already rolled it. I'll tell you what. We'll keep the nat 20. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We're fine.
Nat 20!
Nat 20. You
Yeah.
get the fork stuck in.
And little did we know that fork saved a world.
It will be the last piece for the end of the whole campaign. It's like,
And then I remembered the fork.
It's going to be the fork, the
Sarah
goblin
will have
foot,
written it down,
all
yeah.
these things.
surprise with that 5 investigation check. It's painted plastic.
Hey, Ogre doesn't care. It's pretty to her.
Plastic? What is that? How do they make it?
That's true. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Cool. So we we'll say that interaction was enough of Yoon just like kind of like we see Yoon's face like just kind of turning in that direction, and Ogre just and extending the hand back out. Beautiful. As food gets placed in front of you, and Ogre doesn't seem to have a fork. We'll handle that if that comes up. Car, we see the camera kind of pan over to you. What do we see Car doing in this moment?
Can the camera pan to Nav first? Because Carr would have insisted on going last.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I like it.
That's
He does always sit away from the group.
You see the you see the camera pan to Car, and then you see Car just look in the camera and just go, and the camera just keeps moving over.
Carr said, cut the camera.
And we see the camera move over to Nav. What does Nav look like in this moment?
Nav is here. Kayla.
I'm sorry. What does Kaelinor look like in this moment?
Nav just rocks up. It's fine. Kaelinor is probably has her kind of deadpan resting face on, which to everyone else looks like a resting bitch face. But there is now a deep warmness to her brown skin due to the time spent in Sway, and she's rocking a new look. Gone the Merloke motifs and armor, but she still looks very put together. Her hair, which is white like moonlight, is about back length, and even though it's out and despite the climate and humidity, looks perfect. Like very much looks good, and not a hair out of place for this dinner. It's loose curls, and right now she's using the volume of her hair to kind of hide her elven ears a little bit, just like the points to make it less obvious that she is a high elf and an elf in general. Her original chainmail, now instead of that pristine polished silver, it has a much more weathered look to it. There is a much more muted brushed silver with hints of like a weathered blue dyed, like more of a muted sheen because it's been stripped down, and there are now pockets of air for her to kind of combat that humidity and heat. And it has much more of like a streamlined energy to it.
Beautiful.
She's wearing 2 rings, both given to her by Carvis, one on each hand. One of the rings has like an obsidian rock, the other has little feathers. She has her cloak on, and she also has her weapon with her, but it's purposely face the shield like on the floor facing her so no one can see it, because out of everything she did not change the symbols and design of the shield as it was her brother's, so it very much has that sea serpent look on it. So it would have originally been on her back, tried to be like hidden by the cloak, realized that's not going to work sitting down. So it's very much kept it towards her. So the scimitar is pointing out as
Okay,
much
cool.
as, yeah. And that's it. That's her. She's great.
I think the assumption would be like once you leave the table, you're kind of like fastening it underneath your cloak again. And,
Immediately, yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right, I like that. Awesome. I'll say, Kilnor, give me an insight check.
Oh, okay.
I'll say with advantage.
Okie dokie.
Double advantage.
It's a 12, which is good for her.
Cool. With a 12, as you're watching this interaction going on, Carr is in the process of having food placed in front of him. But you notice that there is a very strange vibe that you are fully unfamiliar with these other figures around you. Your own party obviously has not changed. They're you're with a 12, you're seeing, as far as you know, things as normal, although I'll say you probably notice Carr seems to be a little more reserved for sure. But with this other group, you notice they seem, for the most part, I'd say, like, for the ones that are naturally sort of friendly, very cordial, almost kind of inviting to you. And you don't, there's like a moment where like they turn and look at you and seem intrigued on your response. They're making eye contact. They're a little bit more disarmed in the conversation. And I would say with the 12, it may be slowly starting to form to Kaelinor of recognizing that without your Merlin Loki uniform, you are perceived very differently by everyone. This is the first interaction you're having with with strangers without looking like a Merlin Loki in years.
Yeah, I think that throws her a little bit. She's very much on guard still, but it's like, when's the shoe gonna drop? When's that other little thing coming? When do I have to prove myself? So it's a little tense.
I think with the 12, it is a slow realization. So there's
Realization,
like a
yeah.
little bit of like this moment of like, is everybody just really interested in me all of a sudden? Like, what's the deal? Like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of the,
Very much, why are you talking to me? Yeah.
Yeah. You're recognizing like, oh, people were averting my eyes. Seemed very, all of the things of like this very like everything that you know about your previous employment that you're now noticing probably had a much bigger effect on your social standing than you realized at first. Yeah, cool. And with that, the camera kind of like sits with Kaelinor, starts to move slowly, stops for a second, and then moves even a little bit slower as it moves back towards Carr. What does Carr look like in this moment?
Carr looks like a standard anthropomorphic vulture. There you go. No, kidding. All done. No. Carr's an anthropomorphic vulture, but he's hunched over. Clearly hunched over for anybody who knows him, only because his wings are dragging behind him, suggesting that if were he to stand up straight, they wouldn't. He looks rather old. He's basically a black vulture walking on two legs with hands, and he covered in black feathers. He's wearing a necklace of bone around his neck, and also there are several other smaller bones just tied to various chest feathers and rib feathers that just hang there. He also recently has added gold filigree things to his legs, so he's Those are unusual, but they're new. He likes them. Otherwise, wearing no armor, just feathers. When he walks in, first of all, he walks in like a half a beat after everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was asking people to go ahead of him. Are there any other tables where we're eating?
No. This would be the only table for sure.
So, anybody in the party would see that he is not behaving the way they're used to seeing him behave. He will sit down at the very end of the table, and when his food is served, he will pick it up and walk to the other end of the room and eat standing.
Okay. We'll say that scene happens right now. I like that a lot. Say that's
And he makes sure he stands where T-Wall can see him.
Yeah. Would you say that you're so in my view of the scene, T-Wall, ironically, because that just is what makes sense in the suspense of the story, T-Wall was directly across the table from you. So I think in the idea of you kind of taking your meal and moving it away, it is still definitely within his gaze, but probably a little bit further from go ahead.
It would be as far as he could get from the table while still remaining in his gaze.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
However, he's standing there, not with pride, because he's not standing at his full height, but he's not hiding.
Cool.
He's strictly following cultural protocol as best he can in this room.
You notice that every figure here, for anybody who would be checking this out, every figure of these of the Storm's Cradle seems confused by this. One even probably tries to kind of catch. I would say like Edwin even probably tries to catch Kara's eye. Everyone here seems to be sort of off put by this, except for T-Wall, who seems to be now paying attention to his food, at first having seemingly trouble stomaching eating it.
And anybody who looks at him or tries to say something, he can't smile, but he'll just calmly nod at them but continue going.
Cool, yeah.
And he does shoot a glance at Zed as if to say no. And he's going over.
You get that eye of like, don't. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool. Great. So we'll come to that. So we will, and this is weird. We'll kind of come back to that scene, starting from there, in a moment. But now I would say, as we're kind of reintroducing the Wreckless to the new year here, I wanted to make sure we had a kind of a scene sort of depicting that. So that is where we're going to be kind of like starting the role play. Going into it, I would say one thing, I think it makes sense for a couple different reasons. I'll say the most important part here is that I just think Nala would have a really hard time here. I think Nala has chosen to stay back, with the assumption that everybody else is going to be taking care of her paramour to their very best. But I think
I can hear that conversation. I'll be fine.
Yeah. Role-playing Nala during this whole thing would be just distracting.
Understood.
So yeah. Cool. So there is someone that is back, and we'll say, because it's a question of like where we like are dealing with Kobamu. We'll say that Nala and Kobamu are together on the ship. As far as how you guys, if there's specific things you guys wanted to kind of handle with that, you certainly could. But I will be pretty lenient on ideas that you have as far as that goes. So yeah. So anything leading up to that, we won't RP it, but just like moments of, unless we absolutely, it needs to be. You won't need to RP anything with me, I guess we'll say. Yeah. Yeah, we can truly deal with this as like shout out if there's something. Okay, cool. You guys are good for right to this scene
Oh.
then.
The
Evan,
only
you're
thing,
muted.
yeah, sorry, Carr, before they left the ship, Carr would have implored the party to just let Carr be.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just leave. Don't push it. Don't. Just don't. You don't. It's like he's like it's cultural. Let it go. Like he would have just
I wouldn't let
yeah,
somebody
just like
that
please
culturally
don't.
like hurt
Yeah,
a friend
you're
if they
gonna
would
cause a
hurt them.
problem. Just let it go.
If it was
Unless
cultural.
I say something, let it go.
But still,
Cool. So I
Now,
think
whether
this
the
probably
shoes should
was
do that or not, we'll see. But that's what Carr would have said.
this would yeah. So this was basically kind of like established with everybody. This is gonna be weird. Just go with it for a little bit.
Yeah.
Do not worry about my feelings in this moment,
Mhm.
like that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Which you guys hear, and you can take with that what you will.
Do what you want with it. But
Yes,
Carr
and
has
then-
stated that.
with Kobamu,
Yes.
I feel like yeah, we need to hide him somehow, but maybe not like. I mean, it doesn't have to be a whole lot, you know. Weren't we gonna like have him? Does he have that like sort of covering, the kind of the one that like the one you Carr made for him by the tower? What was that called that you made the
The blind.
Blind.
yeah, well, that's
I
mostly
mean, we
above,
could
I
probably
guess,
find
but
some cloth or something and
I-
create some kind of lead
Oprah
to.
can offer
Yeah.
up her little shack,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
he
I
can
thought
be on
Ogre was
the
gonna-
boat swing.
Yeah.
so long. No,
Oh, he
he's
gotta
got to
break
be
that
out
thing.
of sight.
I guarantee it. We've
Did-
never talked about the weight of Kobama, but it is bad.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
Did Edwin see Kobamu when he was looking through his spyglass at
not.
us?
You guys were good question. No, I'm gonna say
Oh,
Kobama was not seen.
could Ogre go over to Kobamu and say and hand the mask of disguise to him?
If you want him to possibly break it.
Okay.
Let's just have the blind, like lean-to kind of thing. Like it's a normal thing that you might have on a
Yeah.
ship, is a little place to like cover some of the supplies and maybe stack a couple boxes there. Just something that's casual but blocks vision, at least from that side of the ship. And yeah, so also to not. I mean, they don't want to in any way make Kobamu feel trapped in, so it's got to be that sort of like, yeah, here's a little thing and just some boxes.
Open, yeah.
Right.
I think it makes sense to be able to kind of like attach both ideas. Is that maybe it is relatively close towards that tree, towards Ogre's tree. So
Yeah.
it's kind of
That helps with the blocking some of the vision.
There's probably honestly like a couple of the seeds that you were given that like there's certain like times of the day that you need to make sure you pull them into the shade, that sort of thing. So yeah, I love that. Cool. So that's established for sure. I love that. Anything else?
Ogre would just lean in to Zed and say,
This is time
is
out.
it like
I'm so sorry to do this. We're building up into the scene here.
okay? I'll wait until we're at
so
the dinner
scene-
table.
Yep. Because then we'll say RP ready go, and then I just want to make sure we're handling all the minute stuff.
Yeah, as far as that goes, how is the ship sort of, are we moored to the others? Are we tied to them, or is there a bridge up? Like, just what's the I guess
I'd
what
say-
is our egress situation?
Yeah, I would say they're probably like tied would be the best case. Edwin really does try to kind of provide a sense of like comfortability in this, recognizing that like the uncharted waters, the concept, like honestly actually being very, very interestingly welcoming based on a ship that chose to not fly a flag starting out. So there's a lot of the so I think you do recognize like he's either trustworthy or desperate.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Then that's all I think I had for leading up to this event.
Cool. Anything else? Zed, I think you had something.
Oh, I was just gonna do an entrance onto their ship.
Okay. Yeah. So if you want to describe it, yeah, go for it.
Basically, I was gonna do. I was gonna Basically, I was gonna make it rain, give it more like a random downpour out of nowhere,
Okay.
and I was going to basically do my trick where I blast out of the water onto their deck.
Cool.
And I was
I
going
dig
to
it.
try to be as intimidating as possible.
Okay. Cool.
Basically saying
give-
along the lines of, you won't talk to my crew, so you'll talk to me.
There's no look that gives that vibe, but go ahead and roll me an intimidation check. That's something you can set in the scene, just for the record. Like that's like
Okay.
the
22.
22. Cool. Nice. Yeah, there's a moment.
Superhero landing.
I rolled a nat. I don't know why I rolled 2 die. First off, I just wanted to say that, and then I rolled a nat 20 and a 1, and a nat 1.
Wow, that really gives you a lot of. It's dramatic.
Really clear.
Yeah, so I guess I guess I'm just gonna re-roll because that doesn't help me at all. Okay, great. Thank you.
Clarifies it.
Yeah, I will say the response from this is very divisive, to say the least. I think the figures that would respond in intimidation by the full fight or flight moment, as you see figures like having reasons to sailors having reasons to be like, oh, I think I need to do something over here, and just like moves to the other side of the ship very quickly. I'm gonna roll something else.
Someone jumps off the ship.
Yeah, there is another splash. We don't see the person for sure. Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that. Cool. Great. Jack, did you roll me that d20?
I did not. I'm sorry, I didn't miss that. But I have a question while I'm rolling it. Is it just a random d20?
Yes.
Okay. I know that people in the room are confused by by Car's behavior, but the other sailors, as we walk down to the room, do any of them seem to recognize Arakakra and give me a look like, oh, it's an Ashwing?
Ooh, that's a perception check for sure.
Okay. Well, I'll roll yours first.
Yeah.
Yours is a 13.
Okay.
And the perception check is 7.
7. Okay, cool. A lot of head down, probably like movement kind of coming down here. I think you do notice. I think there is there's gonna be a lot of like deep set things that maybe just for the DM to be like, oh, this sucks to say, but there's a lot of people giving you a lot of leeway. That kind of reminds you of a time before you met the Wreckless.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Just so I know what I'm dealing with on the ship if push comes to shove.
Yeah, I'd say above board, there's a very good chance. There's a very good chance that others are aware.
Thank you.
Cool. I will say with the 8, you don't see any other Air Cochrane on ship.
Okay. It was a 7, so I don't see any other things
And
either.
you do no.
I think I'm on a ship. No.
Cool. Anything else? And obviously, if it comes up, it's something we absolutely need to establish. We can talk about beforehand, but I just...
Sure.
All right. Cool. So we come to the dinner scene. This is right the moment when Carr kind of steps off, walks off. We see Edwin turn, look at Carr. Edwin has, like I said, so the pupilless sort of eyes, it's really hard to tell who he's looking at. But he also seems to be self-aware of that. So he tries to make sure his face is really trying to kind of center focus on who he is. So as he's turning to kind of look, doesn't say anything, but looks over to Yoon. And if there's no response, he won't say anything.
So he looks at Carr and then looks over to Yoon.
Yeah. So Carr got up, walk to the corner room, is now eating standing up, looks over to Yoon as like a kind of like questioning glance. Do we need to address this or no? Like that sort of like somewhat sort of like awkward party moment of like.
Yeah, I think he just kind of gives him a kind of just some sort of nod to let him know it's fine.
All right. Well, please feel free to dig in. This is. I'll be honest. We don't have this every day, but it is kind of a celebration being back home in the Isles. It's. I'm so sorry, Evan. This is Paco meat. It is. It's somewhat of a delicacy for those that, for those that can afford it. So, feel free, dig in.
This is so good. Oh wow, I really love Paco meat. It just really melts in your mouth. This Paco.
Have you had it before? And so before, it's very similar to lamb.
Yeah, I think. I mean, you. Yeah, you said. Yeah, I have. But it's not something we have. Yeah, I haven't seen it around here. Is that? Why? In fact, come to think of it, I don't think I know where Paco meat comes from. I'm not sure I know what a Paco looks like, but I have had it once or twice before. Kind of special occasions.
It's like a very figure that has a lot of like white, sort of spongy hair. There's rather prominent horns sticking up out of it, but it only sits about. They can get fairly large, but I would say about maybe 4.5 feet tall. But their meat is I was very excited to have new friends to dine with for many reasons, one of which was to have a reason to bring this out. So
well, it seems like you've looking at your crew, you've been through some adventures, and you mentioned it's been a long voyage. Is it so not around the islands then, somewhere north?
Yes, yeah, we had traveled to the north, starting our journey about 6 or 7 moons ago. There's maybe a little bit longer considering the journey back, but it's been eyes T-Wong's. It's been an interesting voyage. We spent a lot of time in a place in North Amea, if you're familiar with that.
I know the continent. I don't know a whole lot about. Maybe I've seen maps. I've obviously never been.
Well, I recommend it. It is quite a very at least where we were. I've only been a couple of times. I've been to a place that's it's called Dare's Wharf. It's a very very interesting sort of port city, somewhat similar to places that would be on Faran. But we were a little bit further inland this time. A place called Azumare, which is looks at the rest of the party. We'll say there's like maybe a couple other faces in here that are not eating, but are like kind of around the room. It was quite an interesting time, and you hear a couple of kind of snickers and things like that.
Well, I'm glad it was at least any voyage where you make it home is a successful one. But hopefully you came back with more than you started with. I know it's expensive running a ship.
Yeah, yes. It's I am the captain, but it's not actually my ship. and points down the table to T-Wall, who is enjoying his meal. And yes, well, to business then. What we needed from you was, as figures that were around, and I imagine you're closest to Chasavi, so I imagine that's where you're coming from. But we haven't been back in some time, and we imagined that it was probably of the utmost importance to understand. Have we missed anything? In the
Well.
past 8 months.
I guess it depends on, who you ask. If you're talking about the socio-political situation in the Isles, I'm not hugely versed, but do you know of the Murthenloke?
You see a bunch of heads nod. I think Edwin kind of being the one of like trying to keep the conversation not necessarily light, but on an even keel. Edwin kind of like interrupts here and just kind of like through some food. Just for the record, we're not. If you're a fan of the religion, that's we're not. No affiliation at all.
Inside check.
Yeah, go for it.
Ooh, save.
Can I do a perception check to see like who snickered the loudest, or like what the vibe of the room was of who's
For
more eager?
Azumare?
Yeah, for the comment of the Merlinloke, but also Azumare as well. I want both.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah, I'd say the like yeah, the response to Azumare was probably very different than the response to Merlinloke. So I will say, yeah, go ahead and roll me. I'd say this is. So your perception checks to see like who was. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And so go ahead and roll me perception.
I got a
I
23.
got an 8. Ogre's just like gnawing on the lamb and just like.
Cool. All right. Ogre, with an
dare you.
8, you determined that this lamb is the craziest meat you've ever had in your life. You didn't know that flavor like this existed.
You can hear her chewing on the bone and nearly eating it.
Yeah. Zed, with that 23, you determined that Edwin seems to be most likely telling the truth.
Well, yeah, I mean, usually you can tell that there tend to be signs when the Merlinloke are particularly subtle cult. Plus, there's the whole like, oh, there's something I forget. It's like heed his something. They have catchphrases.
You hear you hear Yora speak up. I hear his whispers.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, there's like a call and response kind of thing going on. So there's a situation there, and there's a few other things. You said that you what are you merchant trading kind of is that the kind of is that the business the ship is in?
Edwin goes, yeah, that's what I've been what I've done for many years. This voyage was a little I'd say for us, yes. Seemingly that's the that was my part in it. And I will leave the rest. And looks once again over at over at T-Wall. At this point, you guys kind of get an idea that like Edwin is the captain, T-Wall owns the ship, and T-Wall seems to really be the boss. Kaelnar, your perception check on who laughed.
15.
15. Cool. Yora did. And Yora laughed. Nos, the hobgoblin, smiled.
Interesting. Okay.
Seemingly holding in laughter. The rest are sailors. I'd say you noticed like there was like two others in the room that seemed to respond on them having a good time. Before disclosing my travels, I think it would be important for me to understand exactly what we'll say what your story is. Just maybe just establishing a little bit more trust. We've told you some of ours. Maybe you mention some of yours.
Sure. I mean, information is as much a tradable commodity as goods, and we are pretty stocked up as far as we just left port, so there's not a whole lot we need. But maybe you came across some interesting items on your travels. It seems like you're not your average trading vessel. So, but as absolutely, as a sort of offer of goodwill, we are. I would classify us as.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but what is your position on this vessel? Am I talking to the captain?
Oh no, absolutely not. I am not the captain. I'm
But he
just
is
the
our
pilot.
leader.
It's a maybe land versus sea thing, we do a bit of adventuring, a bit of we are tasked with some
really
things.
Talked very much, and he's fully cutting over you.
Yes, yes,
Yep.
I do that. Yeah. Oh, you're right. All right.
You human, and is looking at Riars.
Sorry.
Nope.
Yes. What?
In your words, what has been the purpose of your ventures as of late?
I'm definitely. I just want to confirm. I'm not the captain either. I can talk to you, but if you want to talk to the captain, it's him.
Really?
You explode out of the water and land on your ship. Like,
It's a long
it's
story,
pretty impressive.
but yes, it's.
Fine. Well, Captain, same question.
Our voyage?
Yes, but do I need to repeat the question again?
Our
What
voyage.
has been the purposes of your ventures as of late?
As of late, we're just taking cargo over to Varan as requested.
As requested. By whom?
As requested by a man named Carvis.
I will say your choice to roll mechanically persuasion or deception. Technically, you're telling the truth. So I'll say, and this is rolling to see if he's satisfied with that answer. Ooh, I rolled real good. Sorry, I couldn't keep that in. I
Oh,
rolled
Can I,
real good.
can I throw a guidance from across the room?
That's gonna help.
They would see it.
They
I
would see it. Okay,
believe
no, I
there's
won't.
I believe there's a verbal component.
Wait, is there a verbal component to give him inspiration?
How do you
I believe
Because I use my spirits.
So. I'll give it
give
to you. I
inspiration?
think
You mean
that's
as a
cool.
bardic?
Yeah, bardic
Yeah.
inspiration.
Oh,
I'll give it
that's
to you.
debatable. Yeah.
Sneaky bard.
Yeah.
Sneaky bardic. I like it.
I
Is
just
that
I'll say because that's not. I don't know if that's specifically listed or not. I don't think
I don't
it
know.
is. I will say give me a stealth check to do so firsthand.
It's not because people do it in all kinds of different ways.
I will
Sometimes
say,
it's like
and
a
I will
thumbs
say
up.
this. I will say this. The roll is, it will happen. If you roll, it will happen regardless, whether or not
Right.
it was stealth enough.
question
for
whether or
deceit.
not they do that. You know, I am not breaking any Eric Cochran rules by helping my captain. So
Okay.
here we go. Fail 7. But I'll just kind of throw him inspiration for this as I'm
Cool.
eating. I'm kind of like my wing kind of I keep eating.
Yeah. You. Oh, that's good. Okay. Cool. I like this. You see, as you do that, you see that T-Wall is staring at you, Zed, but then turns his head, cocks it to the side, and looks at Carr in the corner of the room.
It's a D8, Zed, if you want to use it.
okay?
So it works, but he definitely
Right.
knows as you cast something.
That's fine.
That would
It's not a-
be.
Oh wait, sorry. Good. Didn't you already roll? My bad. The wrong
That
one's
would
messed up.
be 16.
Okay.
Unless I want to use my inspiration.
Yeah. You can always do that.
Yeah, let me try my inspiration.
Did you roll the D8?
Yeah, I got a 6 for it. Oh, no, that's worse.
Looks over at
16's
Carr.
not bad, but it's not good enough to beat.
That would have been
Wow, he rolled really
13.
You get to keep the highest.
Well, yeah, you can keep it at 16. So 16. Looks at Carr.
Carr just keeps eating, but looks back at him. He's not defiant. He's just
There's a moment,
Ogre,
Carr,
get-
that you definitely get a sense of like a look that is used to people looking away from.
I'll make that go away.
It's cool.
Can Ogre do a vibe check to see the tension between those two?
I'd say, because it would be there's gonna be a moment of like role play being kind of like the most important part to hear. So I would say, yeah, if you think Ogre feels the tension, Ogre feels the tension.
I would also like to say that he's probably getting from me that I'm also used to people looking away from me, just for
Cool.
a different reason.
So there's a long stare for a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah, but mine's less defiant, more like I'm assuming Eric Cochran can read each other's emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Mine is more like, what do you require of me?
Yeah.
If you're looking at me, that means you need something from me. How can I help?
Yeah. But it's yeah.
That's
yeah.
how
Yep. And you get from him it would be similar to like, it's not something that is really prevalent in Eric Cochran culture, which is all the more kind of reason of like, it's strange that he's perceiving. This is like somewhat of like what you would perceive a master to a slave would. like how?
Yeah, which is not the Isles of Arakakra.
Yes, not at all.
So it's the Isles of Arakakra versus, I assume, Northern Arakakra, but I do not know. Carr does not know that. So,
Is that finally kind of breaks eye contact from you? Is that all you wish to divulge?
Well, if you ask what my personal
Yeah.
journey is,
you may need gossip depending on how far you want to go.
that would be far different.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Maybe that's what I'm feeling you're withholding from. A general understanding would make me feel a little more. Looks back at Carr, at ease.
I want to take that Yanma Mori bitch down.
Well,
I snap back to you.
Mm.
There is just a Zed,
Wow,
what the
this-
fuck in his brain.
Yeah,
Tackle is
there's
really
a
good.
moment where
This tackle
everybody.
is
Actually,
really
I would
good.
say, roll to see who knows what the fuck is being talked about.
How about
Yeah,
the weather,
and
though,
actually-
guys? Right?
Advantage point, I want to see who reacts to the words Yama.
Yeah.
Because I have a pretty good view of the room.
I'll say it's so like the silence is so like instant. No rolls required. You're able to see those. As you see, I roll pretty much all of them. So all of them of note. I'd say. No, all of them. Yeah. Simple solution is the best there. They all seem to kind of like stop eating for a second.
And Carr just continues eating.
Nice. Tell me more.
Before I release more, tell me about your personal journey.
Persuasion.
While Zed is talking to Teal, I want to use my telepathic feat and do detect thoughts on him. Just like surface thoughts while this freaking conversation is driving me nuts.
You got it.
Oh, yeah,
Seven.
it's a feat too, so it doesn't have to. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
No spell components.
Yeah, sick.
Nice.
7. Okay. Kaelinor, you hear as Tiwal tries to lead in more on this. You hear a tell me what you know of the Sea Witch, little boy. Is what you hear in his head as he says, tell me what you know of the Sea Witch, Captain.
Well, do you believe someone of her should have that power?
I'm not claiming to know the power that you're discussing because you are not telling me what you know.
Is this an interrogation or is it a dinner?
You hear at this point Yora just kind of sees him and goes, Here! Can I just finish my food?
Ogre toasts with her. Pinky
yeah,
out.
toast back.
Zed slams down his fist, shakes the table. Imagine all your crew slain down before you. Your captain gone. Only to see they rise back to their feet. But they don't seem the same. They seem unknown to you, unfamiliar, strange. How would you feel knowing that your whole crew was taken, and yet their faces are the ones trying to take you down? Do you think one person should have that much power?
What was the name of the ship?
You would pull it up.
You could say, for the sake of time here on this, you could say as I say the name.
Yeah, I say the name.
Mom spaghetti.
Interesting. Quite right, Yora. I apologize. Maybe this is best conversation held in private.
Don't
Please feel
mistake
free.
my childish features as a weakness.
No one said anything of the sort. Though I will venture a guess this is the first time you've been a captain of such a vessel.
One of this size. Yeah.
This is the first
not
time
the first
anybody's
time.
been a captain of such a vessel. There's no vessel like the Wreckless.
Right. It's just been my experience being aboard ships that very few captains feel the need to give such an entrance.
Zed does that everywhere we go.
That's good. At this, everyone goes, well, I think it was stated that maybe this conversation should be had in private, and I, for one, feel that maybe the sea breeze will make these vegetables a little saltier for my savory liking. Anybody want to join me on the upper deck of the ship? Feel free. You see
And
the
that
tables
is... Who was
waiting.
saying
That's
that?
Edwin.
That was the captain.
Oh, Edwin. Oh, yeah.
Car will definitely follow him.
Yeah, same.
T-Wall watches cargo, doesn't seem to pay any mind to Yoon at all. So Car, Yoon, you head up. I will say Yora, Yora leaves.
Yora leaves.
Nos leaves. Garrick, the half-orc, stays. Also, I think yeah, there's Garrick, by the way. Big burly.
Oh, yeah. Hulk.
Very Hulk. Cool. The cook, who is a sort of a human, round face, sort of someone of like a wider frame figure, green eyes, and we'll say blonde hair. Comes out and goes, "Oh, we want having dessert." And say like it's just about as you guys are like leaving. And Edwin goes, "Bring it up to the upper deck if you don't mind." Right. Okay. Okay. Turns and kind of exits very quickly. So, Zed, Riars, Kaelinor, you are staying with Garrick and T-Wall.
So is Ogra.
Okay, yeah. We'll say that there's a couple other
In car.
figures that are here, seemingly seemingly kind of now at this point, kind of looking more like guards now.
as the tension has kind of shifted here. Cool. So we'll say going above deck, I'd like Yoon and Car to give me a perception check.
12.
17.
Cool. So first off, there's a moment that as soon as you guys come out, Edwin is like, "I'm so sorry for all that. He is a little bit of a curmudgeon," and like goes into that sort of stuff as he's kind of explaining and apologizing for the apologizing but not defining what was wrong about that situation. You get kind of a good look of the ship. You notice that a good amount of the pieces of the ship here, not really noting specific sort of pieces of it, but I would say like there are significantly important parts of the ship. I would say like maybe even like the center mast, that you notice that is different wood than the rest of the ship, giving signs of like there has been a lot of replacements here, and I'll say Car, not something that would be necessarily like particular to your type of knowledge or understanding of ships or not, but I'd say like maybe just of like more of the like nature sort of like natural sort of thing. This looks to be, I'd say like most of the newer sort of pieces that have been put on here are probably maybe only like 3 months old, compared to like a 30-year-old ship, like that sort of thing.
And given the distance that he was saying they traveled, would that have been done in open water? Or would that have been done at about, based on the conversation of how long they've been gone?
Yeah, that's a good question. So yeah, based on the amount of time that they've been gone,
I don't know where
3
they went.
months. Yeah, yeah. So 3 months is 3 months at sea in the vantage point of what we would look at from the IMF is a relatively long time.
Yeah.
So the assumption would be that maybe it would be hard to fully define, I would say, but I'll kind of give you kind of like a little bit of more of an above board sort of thing here, of saying that it would be probably they replaced it before they left where they were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they said they were gone for a total of 6 or 7 moons or more.
Or more, yeah.
Which is a long time. So I'm like,
Right.
was that over there they got it fixed, or did they repair open sea somehow? And if they did that, how'd they do that? But okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah.
What about 3 months away?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I'd say perception check 17, Car. You do not. You do see a figure that. Oh, that's actually good. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. You see a figure that is noticeably, as you guys are exiting, you see a small gnome with auburn, like almost like a deep red hair that seems to be like that you caught fully sort of staring down at the people that exited, and as you guys started to kind of as we'll say Yoon behind you may have like come out, or we'll say it's all three you kind of came out and it was clear that that was the only people that were coming out. You see her now looking like she's doing something on the ship, but she seemed to be very curious to catch a glimpse at who was leaving this room.
Okay. Did she seem satisfied with who she saw, or
She
can
did
I not tell that?
I'll give you that. Yeah, she did not.
So she wants somebody else to leave the room. Interesting. Okay. I will.
And I'd say this is about she's probably about maybe like 20 feet away. So 17 was good on that. I think that was, yeah.
When, as I noticed her working, and I, even though I'm being old Car, this is old Car. since I see her working, I will look over to her to see if she's going to beckon me towards her, even though she's not Eric Cockroyd, to see if they need death rights. And if she doesn't, I just nod and I keep walking.
Okay, cool. So
I
you
say
signify
nothing.
that you saw her.
Yes.
Okay, cool. She sees that and walks. She looks like she's done with whatever she's tying off, but she's definitely not. Like it's very clearly not why she was there.
Okay.
Like seems to like try to finish that work and quickly seems to run off further away.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And this is happening. I think like there's like a moment of like you're hearing like the Charlie Brown sort of like, and now it's coming back in as Edwin is.
Okay.
Again, I would have done things a little differently, but I don't. Should we
It's
go?
fine. It's fine.
I'd like to know more about your ship, if I could. Just it looks like quite an impressive vessel. You know, there's some similarities to some. I hate to say it, but some Merlin-Loke ships that we've seen in my travels, at least. You guys are now on the upper deck.
Just so you know, Carr is standing far enough away that if T-Wall comes up, it's appropriate, but close enough that he could be involved in the conversation should he be spoken to.
Cool, love it.
So I can hear what's going on, and I could add something. But if T-Wall comes up, it's not like, "What are you doing so close?"
I think at that so you go ahead and like start with what you said. You say that like you see he seems distracted by the awkwardness of Carr stepping off. But go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Oh yeah, I think. Well, I mean, he asked about the ship and its similarity to the Merlin. Okay, I think this there's a real story behind that one. It's what is that woman who I saw her when we first stood on the ship, and she seemed to have run off when we came up. Is that where we offended her in some way, or there was a?
I'm sorry.
I was just working on the deck just now. Carr, you saw it. That's like the.
Yeah, Carr, you can. Did I miss something that?
It's cultural, I think, and it's I'm trying to leave it. It is Carr is being true to who he needs to be, not right now, and but you can still talk to him. He's not away because he doesn't like you or something. You know.
You seem very nice.
Thank you. Not for lack of the world trying, but okay. Well, yeah, I apologize. Didn't mean any sort of disrespect.
But yes, I did see her. I saw a young gnome.
No.
A gnome woman.
Laura?
I mean, I wouldn't know her.
The one eating dinner with us?
No, not the one that came with us. No.
Okay.
There's another.
I'm gonna roll to see if he.
I thought she was a gnome. She was far away in the dark.
We have a couple. I apologize. This. Oh. Yeah. Vera. Oh. Yes. Months at sea. I apologize. That might. Oh my goodness! I never even put two and two together. Yes. Vera was. Well, we found. Could they know each other? I don't recall what ship she. We found Vera. She was a stowaway on our ship. When we found her, she was very yes.
Coming back from this Dare's Wharf or Azumari or when you were going to.
When we were going.
When you were going. She's been with the ship the whole time.
Yes.
And I apologize for not remembering, but that's she actually we've been very careful to not actually have her on any of our ship's roster for reasons that she is yet to fully define. But she had said that she had been a part of a shipwreck, and at first there was not. She's not the. She was very standoffish, very scared about something.
A shipwreck. So this shipwreck would have been like 8 months ago, then, or something like that.
Something like that. I mean,
Yeah,
it's hard to say. We
we
found her. She seemed to insinuate that it was near to Chassavi, and when we found her, it was months.
months
maybe
after,
a
but she
month
had stowed away in your
after
ship,
that.
and
Yes, she was not. If we had found her a week later, she might have been unconscious. She was not. She was not well, if I recall correctly, which makes me feel bad about not remembering at first. Yeah, they might have some sort of connection, her and your captain.
maybe. Carter, do you remember how long ago it was that Zed had his shipwreck? He told a story, but I can't place my finger on how maybe it was about then.
Can I make a roll for that?
I'll say above board, about the same time.
Okay.
I think it was nearly the same time, from what I remember of the story. But of course, things change. So hard to
Right.
say. But yeah, you know,
There's probably a good solid because I think above board said it was probably a year. Was more what you were looking at.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
it was a year
I
to
was
2
referring to
years.
the different Zeds and different timelines.
Right.
That's why I said
Yeah.
things change.
Things get
Without saying that to
Right.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'll say
I think
for the current Zed, because that's the time that you guys are in, so I'm trying to kind of be fitting to that. But I'd say it was about a year. So there's a weird sort of point in time where it's you have no idea how long she was on the ship. So yeah. Tricky.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to pry. I just saw somebody. She had she didn't look like a lot of more seasoned sailors might look, and she was kind of looking maybe at Zed, I suppose, but kind of peeking out. I wondered, sometimes ships carry all kinds of things, and it just piqued my curiosity, I suppose.
Well, to be honest with you, between you and I sailor to sailor, I've seen a lot of things on the seas, and one of the biggest things I've seen is, including some of our Garrick himself, actually, extremely superstitious figure. But we've all seen things that we can't really explain, but
Car's head cocks at that.
she has made some very odd and bold claims over the years over the past few months. Well, since we saw her, that she seemed to be something affected her traumatically. And as far as the validity of what she was saying is she's talking about the dead coming to life and trying to drown her in the sea. And
that tracks.
Matches Zed's story. Although I thought Zed was the only survivor of that.
Sure. Yes. No disrespect. I imagine, everybody's had their own version of, and I've seen things that I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about because you would all think I'm crazy.
I doubt that very much, given what we've experienced in the last 3 to 8 months. Anyway, so the point is that I only asked because the Loa, taboo on living things, especially on humans. A lot of trading ships. You know, it's. I was concerned that you might be, you know, trading in people. You know, sometimes ships even that are doing that will still have the people above board riding the ship until they get to the port, and then yeah, that was my
I
only.
apologize. Because I think I said 3 a couple times on this. Nos is here.
Right.
So okay, cool. Just making sure
Yeah.
we're on the same page on that. Okay, great. Because I don't want to. Yeah. Loa. Yes.
Right. You're not from Faran then?
I wouldn't say that's my home.
Fair enough.
You hear Car go,
You look familiar. It's Loa to Loa. Is
Well-
that possible? Is there maybe a...
I do get around a lot, and hopefully I don't owe you any money.
Yeah. Well, everyone that owed me money, I either collected on that debt or...
I don't doubt it.
But apologies. I just maybe you just have one of those faces.
I've heard that. So we stole the ship. Is the answer to your original question? That's why it looks like a Merlin ship. Is that we took it from the Merlin, and then it was refitted. That's so it has.
You see them both kind of look at each other. Nos starts laughing. And Edwin goes, Black Joe, please. Apologies. I just, that is quite it's been several months, but I imagine unless the Melonloke have had quite a run of bad luck, you can understand that that's quite an interesting statement.
You could say that this particular group met some bad luck, but the Melonloke in general, I believe, have been thriving. If anything I've seen or heard speaks to that, is they are on a mission, and they seem to be spreading their beliefs, and that I doubt 8 months ago that they had established a new base of operations, a new sort of colony on right near Chassavi, or on Chassavi. Anyway, right near where we just left, right around the western side of the island, is they had a new.
So they spread themselves too thin. It sounds like maybe.
Perhaps. It's a story. It is a it's a long. Maybe it's not a long story. It's we came to the town, and we're tasked as just sort of by chance we all came together, and Carver's there asked us to go take a look at it, as we had some skill. We investigated the area, and I was just pretty immediately captured and taken to their jails, and my my crew carried out a daring and, well, probably, frankly, stupid rescue attempt, which worked.
Next
And
time
we-
you tell us, just do the daring.
Yeah, well,
Daring's
it's there's that thin line, they definitely they could have died, and I was, it was just.
Roll me an insight check as you're telling the story, Ian.
12.
I will say that's enough because he's. Yeah. I'll roll. Okay, cool. I rolled low. It's enough to be able to establish at this point that he is loving the story, but not believing you at all. So it's like it's a moment of like you're telling a story, and now he's listening to a story that he hasn't heard in a while, and he's not being he's in no way trying to insinuate that he doesn't believe you, but you catch it.
Oh,
Please continue. I'm enthralled.
What was the name of the ship? Do you remember? And again, I mean, obviously, Jack, if you just want to say you remember it, because I feel like we probably would have remembered it, and I just don't remember it.
It would be the Serpent's Whisper, I believe.
So,
Yeah.
the Merlin Oak ship that we took?
Right. Yeah.
Serpent's Whisper.
The Serpent's Whisper, yes. It's no, I mean, it's not that as if we defeated the entire encampment of Merlin Oak. We there was a great chasm there, and they have this this giant shadow bat that they I think it was more employed than had joined them kind of he looked just a little bit like a hobgoblin. He was green skinned, and this man named Byron and his bat, Burr, I think is the name of the bats. Anyway, the details are not super important, but the car here burned down a tower that fell over. We were able to escape down a hatch, and then some like really well trained monkey people showed up, and but all they did was untie the ropes for us. The Hadozi, but like elite Hadozi were there. And then we have no idea how to sail a ship. Like I'm from Faran, but I spent most of my time in Tucan, so really don't have a huge amount of experience. Zed is the only one with sailing experience, thus he's our captain.
There's a moment here that like especially as you mentioned, and then there was Hadozi that helped us. It was recognizing this figure does not believe you, and recognizing that this tale just only gets stranger.
right.
It's harder to but he's still very intrigued and you're like there's no way I can convince this dude that this is real. But I love that. Yeah, so he continues to be enthroned. Well, I would love to hear that tale again, told at a much larger, or
maybe if I wrote it down, I might be able to put it together a little bit more. I'm kind of on the spot. It's just. But
I have a gift, sir.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, if you're wondering about the situation here, and that I can tell you with certainty is that the Merlin Oak have spread, and the situation in Faran is more contentious than it used to be 8 months ago. They have
That was our concern. How familiar are you with the northern lands?
I know a little. It's all been in books, so we don't get a lot of news from, it hasn't been anything recent. But I mean, I know the area, some of the geography, and I know a few stories, but nothing super concrete.
I see. Well, one of the to be perfectly frank with you, one of the reasons why we specifically were interested in understanding the Merlin-Oak positioning was we happened to be tailing one of the ships as we were making our way back. We made sure to slow our sails as not to be too noticed, but it made our journey back a little slower than we originally intended. Given the spot that they came from, there is a small port town in South Imea, goes by the name Little Nest, that may be that the Moanlook seem to have made contact with. I'm not entirely sure why or why they'd be patrolling the waters so far north, but it did spread some concern for us in the crew.
Even there. Yeah.
Yes. Which you mentioning of spreading themselves too thin makes.
Well, maybe. I mean, even the place where we were at, there was, like I said, I'm not. The six of us did not take on an entire. I don't know what they'd call themselves, a division, a congregation, but we didn't take on all of the Merlin-Oak there and defeat them somehow. They had resources there, and from what we've seen from some of their logbooks, from some reports from various sources, they're definitely looking for something. So they may have spread themselves a little thin doing that, but they still have a significant amount of resources, all the way to South Imea.
Yes,
that's interesting.
Perhaps unrelated, but we, given my, given my sea elf ancestry, it helps to be able to have some sort of connections with the world beneath. I have yet to been able to be invited, but along the palatial reef, it's usually for most of my travelings back and forth. It's a nice place to be able to make some trade for the Tritons that decide to respond to my message.
You've met Tritons. You've gone, so you haven't been to the city, but you've met.
Not been to Honoria, no. But
always a dream of mine to go there. It seemed like such a, it's like it's right out of a storybook. This an underwater city. It's
Car's looking very interested right now.
yeah.
Like he's thinking, wait, I know there's cities in the sky, but there's some underwater.
Yeah. I love that. He like kind of like does this like sort of motion of like, ha, well, and he like kind of like waits. He's doing like the slow sort of like clasp of the shoulder and trying to like, he's reading. I think like reading from your face, unless it seems like you're like, no thanks. He like kind of like clasps your shoulder and goes, every single Triton I ask, can I visit your home, please? And I always get the same response. Maybe when these seas are low enough for you to be able to see it for yourself, which is, in my opinion, just a straight slap in the face. There's no reason to be that cruel, but some of them are a little nicer than that. But they're very. They're quite into themselves, I will say, the Honorians.
Well, isolation will do that sometimes.
But actually, sorry. So all that to say is my trip coming back, there was no response at all, as if, which is a very strange thing. It seemed like there was something that was possibly going on during that time. This would have been a few weeks ago. as the. But who knows? Could be unrelated.
There's a lot going on. We know a little bit more about the Merlin Loke, and we have. There's a lot. We were asked what we are doing, and there is a lot. I mean, it's just one of those things, you know. It's just we kind of stumbled on one kind of unlikely scenario to the next until we have our own ship. It basically sails itself. It requires maybe like one person at the helm, and then do you know Carvis the Bellmaker?
I don't. Is he in Bombato?
No, he's in the city we just left. I thought from the your I guess that's what we call him, your investor or your
yeah, yes, I guess I would be that's a word for it, yes. Is it Shay?
Shay. Yes,
Shay.
It's a lovely town. It's small, so maybe not too many people have been there, and it can be difficult to get to, especially if you come from the northern side. I don't recommend going down the river. I'll tell you that. That's not.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
it's okay. Yeah, so on the south side of the south side of Chassavie, I know that, and I believe that I may have had to make port there when I was a younger sea elf, having a very small crew that were interested, and if I recall correctly, they came back somewhat disappointed, which probably says more about the crew than the town.
Yeah, Carvis does some work on ships, but I think he doesn't really need, I think, the money. I think he does it. So he may be a bit selective. But the shipyard itself has plenty of, good workers who can repair a ship. So I think it does get the occasional crew there, and there are plenty of there are plenty of pirates here, obviously. That's we're right near a hub for that kind of activity. So any port in a storm, I suppose, is the saying. So if they can repair ships, I'm sure lots of ships stop there and see what. Anyway,
Well,
the point is
yeah.
that Carvis does some great work on ships, some unusual work.
Understood.
And
Well, maybe we could convince. Well, between you and me, actually, and looks at Blackjaw and like takes a moment and like considers, and then just decides like yeah, and leans into. The sooner my employer seeks work on land, the sooner I find another. It has been a very interesting journey. I will say one that I will not soon forget, but it has become quite a taxing one that has added many years to my face and my life. So,
well, it's not every captain that can put up with it. It takes a kind of an inner strength that that's there are a lot of people who turn to piracy because they can't deal with the someone else telling them what to do, or sort of having to have that sort of funding to running a ship is an expensive, risky venture, and you get what you can.
When you have your first mate chosen for you, it does kind of provide some very odd sense of leadership. as I have picked everyone out on this crew, obviously, besides the gnome and the half orc that is taps the deck with his foot. And I think with that, we start to kind of move down under to the lower part, back to the dining room, as we see the change in the scene is that all of the silverware and plates have been taken away, and we see an Eric Cochran with hands clasped like this, ready to discuss what actually happened. With that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. So, we'll see you guys in 10.
I want to know how many more plays.
Hey. Apologies, gang. I am my entire computer shut down, so hopefully everything's back up. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. So, as we come back in, let's do. Sorry, let's. Yeah. All right. We'll stick with this. Cool. No, actually, I don't like that. We'll go into this one. As we come back in, we see T-Wall is staring at you all, and I think his first inclination is to just sit there and stare. And he will kind of like make eyes around the room at everyone. So I'll say as he is staring, obviously you can feel free to talk at any point, but I would say like, what is he? If you're not saying anything, what is the mood you're giving off here? We'll start with Riaris.
Excuse me. Yeah, continuing from how all of this has generally started, I don't think Riaris will be the first one to speak. I think Riaris is not standoffish by any means, but guarded. But I think if someone were to read into it, it'd be more guarded towards Zed in the effort of either not wanting Zed to say something too much, or just kind of the main reason Riara stayed down here was that there are two factors here. Not only what have we been up to, but also Zed doesn't know what we've been up to. And so I think he's in this point of not ready to head off the conversation or start the conversation, but being ready to adjust as necessary. But I'm still sitting at the table, in a probably a relatively relaxed position. And yeah. I'll look him back in the eyes. If he looks at me, I'll look at him, but not in an aggressive way. Definitely not try to be aggressive in any way.
All right. Kaelinor.
Hello, that's me. Sorry. I think Kairos doesn't say anything at first, but is just staring at T-Wall. There isn't a very, not like how she was with Clem in terms of like that threatening, resting bitch face. It looks very like calm and composed, as if ready to like engage in a conversation if he speaks first. But she is reading his thoughts. She is very much, I want to see what you know. And I think she's taken this energy of like protective crew, like how the sailors around her have very much gone to guard stance. She is very much like, okay, on kind of on guard, yeah.
Okay, cool, awesome. We'll say, actually, as he's kind of like staring at all of you, he's also trying to kind of like really read you guys. So I'll say, feel free to roll a deception check here. I think there'll be. This is a roll to see if you get past a certain number, I think.
I'm not going to get past a number, Joe. I rolled a 0.
Okay, which means that you have that number. So like that's the like there's certain things that he would definitely not be able to read, but
Deception,
15.
you said?
yes.
6.
13.
13. And Kaelinor?
15.
15. Having your detect thoughts up, he's kind of a smart dude. Okay.
Is the way it works for detect thoughts, is it anybody within range you can read, or is it focused on a person?
I can focus it on a person, but if I choose to like, I've got a minute to like pick and choose a little bit, but I can only do one person at a time.
Ah, okay.
So as as he is kind of like staring at all of you, we'll say we'll continue moving down the line, but for surface thoughts, Kaelinor, you hear with Riaris quite interesting eyes for a human. Almost divine. Interesting. And then looking at you, with a 15, Merlin, look, run away. No doubt about that. I wonder how well they taught her. I will say, I'm gonna have you roll me a wisdom saving throw.
You got it.
This is not a spell.
24.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. Cool. With a 24, holy cow. With a 24, you see, you hear him kind of say, like, I'm wondering how well they trained her. And staring, like kind of like matching your eyes, you see him envisioning grabbing the knife at his table and throwing it into your neck.
There is a cocky little smirk on her face. Just
Oh,
like
you sure?
this. No, but like there's like this internal like satisfaction of like, show me, like, yeah, she's kind of like a little less not guarded.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this. Your wisdom saving throw will keep you
from
this,
dying.
but I will say, like, as you think about that, as you envision that, there's a moment where you're feeling that sort of thing, and then you go, it's a test.
Yeah, okay. I think part of her gets a little cocky and is like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah. 24, you beat it. I'm going to say, like, we already did the mechanics part, so I'm going to say you beat it, so you catch, like, just before it shows up in your face. As he's trying to test if you can read his mind. Yeah. But you pass. So good job. He's doing that without casting a spell, basically. But seems satisfying. He goes to Ogra. Muscle, I guess. She seems rather dumb. Taking a fork before eating. Probably skilled nonetheless. As it passes to Ogra, what are you doing in this moment?
Ogra doesn't know what to do in this situation. There's just so much tension in the air, and she's just like hands on the table, just looking at everyone, not knowing.
Okay.
No one's saying anything.
Why did you stay? We'll say that would be a. What was the
Ogra
reason
just feels
you didn't leave?
Ogra feels
with the
out of
others?
place, and it just felt like the easiest option, just to sit down and shut up and stay on the table.
Okay. I would say, like, the tension is in the room. So you're choosing to stay in the tension as like maybe like a paralyzed of indecision.
Yeah, this is like completely out of her comfort level.
Right, but I'm saying, so if it was out of your comfort level, why are you staying is the thing I'm trying to connect here. So help me connect that.
The people are going up to talk, and that's something she's not going to be able to be a part of. At least here she can just shut up and just sit at the table.
Okay, fair enough. All right, cool. And then lastly, looks to Zed. What does Zed look like or do in the situation?
He still has the same stare, but this time it's at T-Wall. And he's gonna be the first one to say something.
Okay.
And he's gonna say, "So, you asked for parley, skipped 3 of my men to talk to me, and you asked to barter. You know, my first mate Riaris is pretty good in the kitchen, and we are looking for some seeds for our trip. Riaris, Ogra, why don't you go help the cook bring out some of those desserts for everybody, and then we can talk about what you need for bartering. What are you looking for? What do you have? I'm sure you don't need all 4 of us."
You see him now watching Riaris and Ogra.
Muted.
No, I'm just not saying anything because I am chewing on my words.
I think Riaris, like, above board, there's a moment of like recognizing, if I don't do what Zed asked me to do, then I'm not giving him the power he might need in this conversation. However, if I stay, or if I don't stay, then I can't keep him from not looking like he has the power as well, like that sort of thing.
For sure, and I think that's in play, as well as, you know, the paper cut thin deep of he's good in the kitchen, go make dessert was like cool. And so with my 0 deception I rolled, I think it's probably, I was not expecting that. And so I kind of clear my throat. All right, Captain, that's where you think I'll be best used. I'll go find some dessert. Excuse me, gentlemen. Stand up and go to the kitchen, where I would assume I would have seen people come with food from.
Okay, you got it. You immediately walk in on Annette, who is making like some sort of like interesting sort of like yogurt parfait sort of concoction. Yes, can I help you?
I was going to ask you the same thing. How would be a good bonding between our ships? Do you need any help?
She goes, "Are you caught in the middle of a kitchen power play meeting?"
Is that what that is? I don't know what's.
Oh dear. Okay. Yes. If
You know.
yeah. If you would like to go and grab the spoons, and feel free to do so, taking as much time as you need in doing that.
Ogre will grab the spoons.
Ogre, are you going to?
Zed told both
Zed
of us
did
to
ask.
go. And if Ogre saw Riars get up and leave, Ogre's just gonna follow his lead.
Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Well, I guess both of you can go and try to find the spoons.
What? Ogre, why don't you get the spoons? Yeah, that's great.
Why does that sound so dirty when she said that?
Dear, the spoons. I know exactly where the spoons are. That's not a. I can get them myself. That's. Trying to give you something to do.
you have milk or cream, I can whip some cream for what you're making. Looks great. Maybe I
Nope,
could do
that's
that
done.
and stare
that
and kind
is-
of look. Do you have any good places you could just look out here and they won't know that you're looking?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, this far corner is a great place to make it seem like time is passing.
Excellent. That is where I will sit. Thank you, Annette.
Ogre will pick out the best looking spoons and just go through the silverware drawer.
Okay.
Yeah, those spoons are gone.
Ogre,
Ask
where'd
for
you
recipes.
where'd you put that fork?
It's stuck in her hair.
Okay, cool.
Like how you would put a pencil in between your ponytail. Ogre kind of
Yeah.
has that going on.
Riars, as you're like kind of like this is the spot. Okay, cool. You see Annette kind of turns and sees like staring her right in the face as the forks like, kind of catches your eye, Riaris, and points to the fork.
It's a good spot to sit at.
Okay, well, I'm going to assume that you are going to be able to take care of this task by yourself.
Yes. I
And
think
points to
I'll
the
handle it.
fork in Ogre's hair.
No.
Like she was kind of like motioning, like, "Do you want to handle this?" That's definitely my fork.
Oh, yeah. Ogre, you have something in your hair. I don't know how that happened. I know you're trying new ways to put your hair up, but
Oh, how foolish of Ogre. In Ogre's clan, we use these to brush our hair, so I thought that's what you gave Ogre for.
Of course you did. Yes. Well, I do have maybe a couple of forks here that would be more suitable for hair combing.
hair forks. Yeah.
Yes, hair forks.
Are these fancy hair forks that you don't want to let go of?
No, these are not fancy hair forks that I would have no problem letting go of these hair forks.
No, I'm talking to one already in Ogre's hair that's kind of pretty.
Right. You're talking about the hair fork that belongs to this ship. Looks
Just
at
looking at
Riaris.
Riaris.
They're both looking at you. Both looking at Riaris like, "Help me!" They're both saying with their eyes, "Help me."
I think Ogre, we can swap them out. I think that would also look really nice.
Ogre likes
Those-
this one, though.
And yet,
It is a really nice fork. I agree.
Could Ogre just give you a gold and call it even?
No.
well, I guess I can make do with these other folks.
She gives her a gold. Like, she would rather have the fork than the gold.
Yeah, I like it.
Ogre doesn't care about money.
Cool.
Economics.
Beautiful. I loved that. Cool. So we come back.
Could I have one last thing before? If there's when I
Yes,
was going
please.
into the room or something, could I have tried to make a quick glance toward Kaelinor, and just catch
Yes,
her eye,
absolutely.
and just kind of wide eye or just kind of not wide eye, but just like don't let things get fucked up somehow with an eye look. Would be how I would like to do that. Just like
There's a very tight smile in response of, mm-hmm.
Well, it seems that you've cleared the room.
Yeah, I like to keep everybody busy.
I apologize if I was not transparent enough. What I was looking to barter with was strictly information. I have the physical resources I need.
What kind of information are you looking for?
The kind that you're refusing to tell me.
All right. Clear up the air for me. What exactly?
I get the feeling that someone of your status being attacked by Yamamori and the drowned men. I don't imagine the name would be something that would be on anyone's lips of the crowd that you would be around. So either you're not telling me everything, or you're not the one I should be talking to.
Well,
Bartering with, I guess.
yeah. So there is some information I'm looking for that you might have. And I am looking for a information on a group named the Azure.
That, I would say above board, that is not the name.
Oh.
The Order of the Azure.
The Order of the Azure.
Yeah. I'll say there's going to be some things that'll come up. We want to make sure you say that. Cool. Roll me an insight check.
13.
13. You get the vibe from this individual that he is a relatively learned Eric Cochran. Seems to be relatively good with his words. Given the appearance, again, that kind of mark on the side of his face, he gives the air of someone that is that has, how do I put this? Gives the air of someone who has lived a lot to get to where they are. In response to the Order of the Azure, the idea of someone like him possibly knowing this is not unfounded. It would be that's certainly a possibility. It's he seems to have no idea what you're talking about.
Do the surface thoughts give any inklings?
I have no idea what he's talking about. This is essentially
Fair
what you
enough.
get.
I just side-eyed Zed hearing Order of the Azure because I think this is the first time Zed's heard it, Kay's heard it from Zed and goes, "The book nuts? Okay."
Interesting. Cool. Give me 1 second, game. Sorry, I have to refresh and come back in.
And we saved the world, and the world didn't blow up, and we all won.
Poisoning your
God.
food.
That's what happened.
Oh my god. The suspense.
So amazing that meeting ended that way. Wow, I didn't think we'd solve everything tonight.
I know,
Yeah,
right,
great
guys?
job,
How
everybody.
incredible.
Good job.
Ready?
And that's what
Wow.
the
Really pulled it
true
together
mystery
Of
of
Estera was.
Imea and
Oh,
Astara and
So it's just
Oh, you guys fixed it. You figured it out.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Awesome.
yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
How did what did you guys roll?
we
Really
all
well.
got one
Great
in a
thing.
So good.
row.
rolled.
You all
Orders.
That is quite unfortunate. You see him go to get up.
Though I've heard rumors.
Stops. Yes.
Tales, folklore. You know, it was believed she was once human, I think. Something of that.
Slowly sits back down.
Oh, yeah. You could say, there was a certain point in time that could have determined whether, they said she could have been a great goddess or Myanmar More. There was a certain tipping point at that time.
What have you heard about this tipping point?
Well, something along the lines of, either the people were for her or against her. Other things about the moon staying permanently in the sky. And then, others about a pale woman, silvery hair, white dress. Kaelinor, what was the name that we kept hearing around? Started with an S. So
Zed hears in his brain, do we really want to say this name? And I can't hear Zed's response, so I'm just like, nod for yes, double nod for no. Sylvie, I believe, but again, folklore tales. You know how people get when they're bored. They like stories to entertain themselves.
So far, what you've given me is bits and pieces of what I assume a story that does actually connect at some points, of which a woman bearing a name like that has no interest in me whatsoever. So if that is truly all you have.
Well, what do you believe about alternate timelines?
What?
Just something I think about. What if things weren't the way they were in another time?
All right, so
You hear a pot crash in the kitchen.
Zed gets just a full side eye, like.
So, I guess clearly the joke is on me. When you are trying to get a dog to speak and he can only say bark, it is the owner's fault in assuming that it can say more.
Can I say Ogre comes in hearing that and just stabs the spoon right in front of this guy?
No.
Hmm.
I'll say roll me a perception check, DC 15.
Alright. Not in his hand, like on the table. Perception.
Well, you guys are moved out of this room, so it's like, it's,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, that's an 11.
Okay. Yeah. You guys have been removed by your captain from this room.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening. Feel free to have it on my ship or your own. In the morning, I don't see any reason for us not to part ways on simple terms. I believe that dessert was promised. I'll be having it in my room. And gets up to leave.
Okay.
Stops at the door. Oh, and one more thing. The ship that you mentioned, I do believe there is someone else on board that might have recalled a similar story. If more comes to your mind about my interest, I'm sure I could probably find a way to point them out.
Would their name happen to be Jacques?
I don't recall. And he opens the door. And you let him go, he walks out. At this moment, Annette kind of pushes the door in. Okay, we have parfaits, I guess not, and spoons. Spoons! Spoons!
Ogre, where are the spoons? I thought you didn't have spoons?
You see a bunch of forks, and the spoons are poking out of her pocket.
Where are you walking in here?
Yeah.
So you've taken all the forks and spoons and put them in your pocket?
No, she has just forks in her hand, like the shitty forks she was trying to pawn her off, and has
Okay.
the nice spoons in her pocket.
Okay. No, all right. I will set these down, and if you excuse me, I need to handle something in the kitchen. Riars, did you say ogre?
I think I would have, yeah. I
Okay,
think I
cool.
did, yeah.
Ogre, would you help me? And I forgot something.
Okay.
And goes back into the kitchen. Okay, dear, look, I don't know how else to say this. I need those spoons. I don't. This might be the last day I need them.
Why? What's so special about them?
Because they're for the guests. I'll tell you what. Takes the fork out that she had before. I will allow you to keep both of these as long as you're able to give me the rest of the spoons for me to have as they are mine.
Ogre gets one spoon.
Yes. And my
And the fork.
sincerest thanks and apologies for the misunderstanding.
Can Ogre have the knife so she has a complete set?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Gotta have the complete
This
set.
is D&D.
Persuasion? That's a 12.
Okay. No, but I will say that if you would like to eat your parfait with a fork and a butter knife, I guess I will allow that.
Okay.
But I need the spoon then.
Well, no, Ogre wants the spoon, the fork, and the butter knife. Ogre gave you a gold!
Look, lady,
Isn't that-
yes, for the fork, that was the deal.
Is it a gold for everything?
You want to give me another gold?
Is that how much it costs for a fork and a knife?
Today? Yes.
Extortion.
Supply and demand.
Okay. You had said something about economy and exchange.
Yeah,
Here you go.
there's a full supply and demand. Looks at, gives a look to Riaris like, are you going to let me do this? It's like, I don't want to do this. Okay.
Gives her 2 more gold.
Okay, you got it. Give her 2 more gold. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, you get the full set.
One for each, yeah.
Ogre
All right.
thinks she should get the dinner plate too, since she gave you 3.
Ogre, just let. Oh god.
Ogre, please. Ogre, wait.
Okay, can I have these spoons so this doesn't melt? And I'll just
Roll
bring those
initiative.
out.
Yes, please take the spoons. You
I would say if you want the plate straight up, there's another gold because you already made the deal.
Yep, she'll float
You
another
give
gold.
another
and she has
gold.
the
Okay,
gold.
make sure you're marking these off. By the
I'm gonna
way,
keep
I
track.
am.
Yeah.
I am.
So that
Olga
is
doesn't care about money.
that is 4
You're gonna
gold.
run out eventually.
Yeah, she will. She
Seeing
barely
4
has any
gold,
already.
go like that.
And obviously, on the other side of that, please make sure you put it in your inventory. Nice dish, nice for. I want them to be separate in your inventory. By the way,
Create
they're 4
items
different
in D&D
items.
Beyond.
Yes. Cool. So at this moment, you guys are coming out. T-Wall's long gone. But you're all back in the dining room.
All?
No.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out where this scene is going. I just want to make
Yep.
sure that I'm giving them space here. So Riaris, Kaelinor, you enter back in. You see Zed.
Yeah.
Sorry, Riaris, Ogre, you
Riaris
enter
and
back
Ogre,
in.
yeah.
You see Zed and Kaelinor, and you see that. What's
That
his butt
was
is doing.
a short conversation.
Yeah, spoiled pigs go sour.
That
What?
I think it's sour. Spoiled milk goes sour. No, that's okay.
It's
What?
closer to a pig
It's-
than milk.
I'm so
Spoiled
confused.
milk sours the pig.
Trade anything for some like diamonds
It's
for
spoiled
okra.
sour pig equals milk.
It's milk. Alright.
Gives milk.
For first,
Okay,
I was.
well, I worked really hard on these. Eat these things. What?
Thank you. Not poisoned. Great.
Or
Kaelinor,
just drinking it out of the cup.
you were reading his mind, weren't you?
No. Why would
Is-
you
is
ever
there-
think that?
Are there other crew members and stuff? So, like, is Garrick and they still here?
Yes,
Oh,
they
that's a
all
good
left.
point. Garrick would have left. I apologize. I'm trying to pay attention to that detail. Garrick would have left with
Mhm.
T-Wall.
hmm
And I think I think in this point the other two would have left as well. Okay, so you guys are alone.
Just gonna...
Did he say anything about or think anything about the other person that I might
No.
know?
No, I don't think he did. No. He also didn't know anything about the Azure. Hey, what? Was there a reason we weren't? I was very lost during that conversation. I will not lie to you. I prefer when you talk so much more. Did we need anything? Why? What was that conversation? I think Kay is just like, I tried to be muscle and it didn't work, and I'm very confused on why I was trying to be muscle. It's just like, wait. We didn't tell him about Yan Namori because
He could be working for her.
okay, but like he seems to know stuff. Like it's
Then why would he ask random us?
because someone mentioned her name, so obviously we would know something rather than these myths and tales. He's searching for an answer. I just don't know if it's good or bad.
Yeah, but he's the only one searching. The rest of them got worried about it. Something about him is completely off, and he's holding something from the rest of the crew.
Well, didn't Edwin say that T Hall, however you pronounce his name, is in charge of the boat or owns it? So they gotta do what he says, even though Edwin's the captain, like how Yoon is our leader, but Zed's the captain.
Yeah, kind of like the patron, arguably a little bit more. T-Will what pumps money into the ship.
Yeah, but where's he getting it all from?
I don't know. Did you see his clothes? It looks like someone born with money potentially.
And he was
Or-
giving Carr really nasty looks across the dinner table.
I'm going to say, for the sake of this conversation, I'm going to pause it here. Cool. Above board, or sorry, no, not above board. Above the boards of the deck of the ship, you see T-Wall and Garrick seemingly exiting from down below. And I'll say, Card is right when you're about to ask this question. So I'll say, like, if you're posing it as anything less than a shout, there's a good chance he won't hear it. But it's like, it's kind of in that sort of cusp of like, I will say, actually, for simplicity's sake, we'll say at the end of your statement is when you see them exiting. Because you said you specifically want to make sure it was before that. So you're muted.
There it is. Okay. Sorry. I just mostly don't want them to hear. So they're leaving and coming up to the ship, or they're leaving the room and going further away.
They seem to be heading towards. They're heading away from this, from the upper deck, sort of here. So
then I will
down below. Yeah.
I will wait for a while then
Okay.
until they're further away before I ask my question, because
Yeah.
I don't need T-Wall's interference.
Yeah, I'd say the only thing you notice is you see T-Wall like seemingly like talking to Garrick for a split second, as Garrick actually goes from being behind T-Wall to being in front of T-Wall as he's continuing now through the other sailors.
Okay. God, how hard it is not to cast clairvoyance where they're going. However, I'm not going to. Because no. However, I will then, once I feel he is out of conversational range, I will then. I'll take a step closer to Edwin.
Okay.
Excuse me. May I bother you with a question?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Now, also, in his interaction with me, does he seem like he's from the Isles?
He seems like he's
He was
from.
confused by my separation, and that made me think.
Yeah. He's definitely. I will say this. You get the vibe that he's definitely from the Isles, but has spent probably most of his life at sea.
Oh, okay. That makes
makes the like the less of a culture shock, or like even like the less of understanding of any other culture.
Of course.
Pretty obvious, yeah.
Okay, I need to go back and see exactly what I typed to you. So one moment, because I want to make sure I word it right.
Sure.
It seems as though T-Wall is not from the Isles, and did he hire your ship to trail the Merlin Loke from the area you were from, or is he not connected?
Well, kind of takes a second, looks at you, and looks back at Carr. Okay, so here's the story. We were actually located. I was in Valshaw, finishing out a job there. This Sarah Cochran comes up to me, puts a bunch of money on the table in front of me, and says I need a captain to sail from Valshaw to a place north in Imea called Farah. And I said, well, how far is it? And he gets it. Yeah. So he seems like he's like now buoyed by that response. Is
Valshar is Valshar one of the cities on the islands?
One of the islands itself.
Valshar. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Or did I screw up the name? That was the name, and the new name is something else.
I'm still adding stuff to my list of things. So if that's the name, then perfect.
It's Valshar.
Understanding. Yep. Okay.
Above board, there was a certain point in time where I called it near a theater.
That sounds like I may have heard that. Okay.
It's in handouts. There's the retcon thing, but it's way back in August.
Okay, I'll go back and look. So Valshar is an island that I would have heard of and probably flown over at some
For
point.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Got
Yep.
it. So Carr doesn't ask about Valshar because he's like, but
Right.
Far is like, ooh, what's that? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I didn't really know very much about it, but I did know I knew Days Wolf. So I thought, okay, well we can go there. So we gathered a crew. Nos and I have known Nos for a couple of years, and we head off to this place. It was, supposed to be a relatively simple journey. Along the way, we were along the way we were ambushed along the shore. As we were heading to Des Wharf, I was given by our navigator a new course to be set into a place called Celeste, a place that I am a little spooked out about, to be honest. It's a very, from what I understand, it's a very nice private community that is guarded by a horrible underwater sea creature. That's not what attacked us. There was some sort of ambush set up along the coast, trying to possibly take out some passing ships. I saw fur and snouts and not much else. As I was, our ship sort of immediately caught fire. As you can see, there's some new amenities that were made as we we didn't quite make it to Celeste, so we had to go through shallower waters to try to make sure that our ship is not sinking from the heaviness of our hull. And we went through a river and ended up in a small bay, and that was Azmare. As soon as we had all that happen, we had T1 asked us to make the repairs for the ship, handed over a ton more money, of which some of us lost in certain activities, but we did manage to make it back okay. In the meantime, he was gone for several months, traveling further inland, assumingly to this place of Farah. I asked if there was a... I did ask, and Nos, you were there, I did ask if he would want some company to make sure to keep guard for him. He said no, and from what I gather, he will not tell me, but I will tell you this, that mark on his face was not there before he left. Also, he had full use of his wings. So, I imagine that something happened to him along the way. I do not know if he made it to Farah, but he made his return nonetheless. I guess he probably made it there because he was dressed a little bit better than how he came. Said very little to us. To be honest with you, we were a little concerned with not being ready for his return, and we just made it. So it kind of worked out.
So, the fact that you came across the Merlin Loke was happenstance.
Seemingly, on the way back. And as you can imagine, with the recent attack that happened on our ship, we made no intention to be anywhere near the Merlin Loke.
Of
just
course.
in case.
And T-Wall's from Valshar, no?
I don't know.
All right. I appreciate your time.
And I give a low bow and then step back again and remain quiet.
Okay. Yes.
All those establishments in Dare's Warfare. The, places you may have used up some of your money. I sometimes look to travel, and Dare's Wharf is a location to go to. Maybe I'll look into it someday.
Well, it's Azumari is where we ended up.
Oh, Azumari, yes. So Dare's Wharf was first, and then you were at Azumari when you lost all your money somehow.
Takes it kind of like looks you up and down and goes, with all due respect, which is a lot. I don't know very much about you, but I would say that I would make sure that you go there with all the company that you currently keep. It is a beautiful and wonderful and incredibly dangerous place to have money.
I'm quite familiar with losing all of my money.
You actually hear a grumble. Give me a perception check on that.
Just him or both of us?
I'll say both of you. You're close enough. As on Nos is grumbling.
9.
7.
9. Okay. All right.
I can give you beginner's luck if you want.
That would give me extra
D4.
If you would like.
Let's do it.
DC's 11.
I can throw you a guidance. I mean,
Well, yeah.
Sure.
Let's just do beginner's luck. I couldn't get there, so.
Let me see. So the 9 plus 4, 13.
Cool. You hear Nos say, you grumble something that sounds like worse than Gunbold, is what he says.
Worse than the car just kind of ticks his head, go,
Yeah.
And that's all.
Well, that's pretty bad. Oh, well, it's quite a story.
Yes. I wish I had more
This-
information on that side, but to be honest with you,
Sometimes,
I mean, you met the guy.
Yeah, I did. I was in his presence for some, probably enough time. Though, maybe my captain got some information from him. I'm curious about, why make such a long trip? It's I don't know. The world is a fascinating place, and there's so many interesting things in it. It just gets stuck in your head, that's the mysteries.
Indeed. He seemed so reserved on the trip up, and on the trip back, he seemed... If I were to venture a guess, and it is very difficult, all due respect, looking towards Car, it is very difficult to tell the emotions of a Eric Cochran.
Car just quietly nods.
He seemed upset at first, and when I asked about, the injuries, all he said to me was it was for the cause, and he would say this. Hold, please.
He said that?
He said, hold, please.
Yeah. Well, strange.
I believe he said something like Shilokos guided him home.
Shiloko?
Shiloko.
Does that sound like anything with an Eric Cochran history?
Roll me a religion check with advantage.
Can I also make a religion check? with
You
disadvantage.
can with disadvantage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That was something I wouldn't know.
23.
Yeah, that'll probably
Yes.
do it. I don't think I really need to. I got a
Cool.
12 though, so just
Let me find this. Shiloko is one of the. Come on. Shiloko is a deity of an Aarakocran deity of the sky, specifically representing the concept and belief that the sky is order, the earth is chaos.
So similar to our Skyfather.
Yes, building very. It's kind of like we talked about a little before. Is like different names for the same concept.
Exactly. Okay.
But I will say that like the things that might become a little bit different here is that the theology built around that is that Shiloko's storms are not random acts of destruction, but calculated, deliberate displays of divine order. The chaos below, decay, hunger, and death, is a result of mortal failings, not divine will. So I think that's where it starts to kind of split off.
Yeah. It's similar. Like there at one point our religions probably came from the same source,
Correct.
and over generations they have.
I would say like to closer sort of define it is
Christianity.
Yes, 100%. It is very much the like we are damned.
Yes.
Because of our forefathers and because we come from the land, or sort of like that sort of thing.
Got it. Okay, cool. So at least when he says that, I just nod again knowingly.
Yeah. Cool. I'll send you the whole. 20 is enough. I'll send you the whole thing on that.
Okay. Cool. Looking forward to it.
I would say actually like an important sort of part to be able to kind of build into this is. Specifically, those that would follow the concept of Shiloko would really look at what Carr does as an Ashwing as the lowest of the low. You're there to preserve memories of a time that should not be remembered because it was not of the sky, it was of the earth. You're like kind of like a like let the dead stay dead sort of thing. Leave the remains, they're unholy anyways.
That's kind of why I am called an Ashwing anyway. But yes, but they just take it another step.
So you're truly like, I think in the idea of someone that would follow Shiloko, you're a priest of what is the worst thing about being reliant on the land.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Unfortunate, but interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he said Shiloko, and I've heard that, and he's a priest of Shiloko, he is not originally from this area.
Correct.
So, okay, just so Joe knows, my whole line of questioning has nothing to do with I wanted to figure out.
Oh, you went off a little bit.
I said it had nothing to do with the Merlin Oak. I was using that to wrap up. Where is this mother from? Because he's treating me differently than other Aarakocra from here. So hearing that, I can pretty much ascertain not from the area.
Yep.
Not from my local culture. Like, yes, he's an Aarakocra, but that's why he's acted the way he is. Doesn't look like he should, and worships a god that is distinct denominationally from what I believe.
100%. I think like you're familiar with the concepts of that because of a religion that probably wasn't very welcome here. As like one of the phrases, because you rolled so well, so one of the phrases that like comes to mind is the concept of describing what an Ashwing does is would have been related to like the concept of like would be described as earthbound crows who mistake bones for treasure.
All right. Fair. I would love for him to meet Nala. Anyway,
Yeah.
but I'm good. Thank you. Okay, cool. Earthbound crows mistaking bones for treasure. Sweet.
I do believe that Annette is making parfaits. So if we wanted to,
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I appreciate the being so earnest with us. I hope. Oh, can I ask you one last thing?
sure.
Where are you planning on making port somewhere nearby? Seems like it's been a long trip. Is that are you going home? Or is that one last thing to do for the the investor?
Well, my friend, if I may, in a way, I am home now. As soon as I have passed by, catching eyes on the first island. My home is the sea, but I will say for warmer waters, for sure, there is a region apparently that I feel more comfortable with. But as far as the ship and its navigator, at least, we are bound for Valshaw, bringing it back.
Ah. Well, yeah. I suppose let's go partake of those parfaits, and I wish you, I guess, a warm southern wind.
Very gracious of you, and to yours as well. Well,
And I will say, may your ancestors watch over you and your ship, and give him bardic inspiration.
okay, cool. Here's it. It's like he takes it as a compliment, but there's like a moment of like, a little creepy. Cool. All right, great. Yeah.
But he probably feels the inspiration.
Yeah. There's the inspiration. I think it's a little like, whoop. Cool.
Nice.
All right. And I think like on his way down, you see him like kind of like start to like slip a little bit on a stair, and then like kind of like catches.
That's what you use inspiration
yeah.
for.
Yeah. I think it's just that's really
+8 dex save.
yeah. All right. Well, what was in that packle? Excuse me.
I do want to talk to the captain. In
Yeah,
private,
they're coming in. They're
yeah,
coming in
I
now.
want to catch him on the stairs and go back up with him to talk to him.
And I follow you down at a distance because
Yeah, you
I
got
do.
your stuff.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So Zed, you walk out. You see the captain kind of straighten up and is starting to kind of descend down and kind of sees you at the door. Yes.
Can we have a talk upstairs?
Could I grab my parfait first?
Yeah.
Great. All right. Excuse me.
Grab. We both just grab one.
Okay. I mean, you're following with the group here because now the group is also descending down. So
Yeah. So I'm just gonna grab one too, real quick.
you got it. So you're all kind of entered in. So now it is Yoon, Ogre, Kar, Kalen, Zed, and Riaris. You're all here.
everyone's here. Yes.
Everyone's here. You see, I'll say like for a moment here, you see, all right, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Annette, you brought me one, right? And kind of like goes into the kitchen for a second.
All right. Well, this was nobody really offered to trade anything.
Did they treat you? He treat you guys all right?
No, the captain's awesome.
Car?
What?
He treats you all right?
The captain? He's
Yeah.
a very nice man.
I don't like T-Wall.
Well, I didn't. Yeah, it didn't take long to figure that out. Yeah.
Okra got a different.
Perspective.
Yeah, like I'm not just saying like it's not a cultural thing. Like beyond the cultural thing, he just seemed kind of like an asshole. But if your culture is that you're right. There are certainly
There's a chance he's working for Yanmamori.
That's not where
That's
I was
a
going, but I just thought he was kind of,
It can open people's eyes to
a
many
jerk.
things, but it can also put blinders on.
I don't know. Yeah, I suppose pragmatically, it's it's not exactly an excuse. If your actions cause harm to those around you in some way, then you caused harm.
I see
But
no one.
maybe it's a way to be
He hasn't harmed anyone.
approach. No, not. He's just been kind of a yeah. How was your meeting with him?
Well, he envisioned throwing a knife at my neck. So that was great to find out.
He was
Can I go
very
back to eat my
curious.
coffee?
Envisioned.
Wait, what?
He wanted to know everything about Yanmamori and knows nothing about the Order of the Azure.
Well, maybe he's looking for Yanmamori. He might be an ally of yours.
I mean, I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you would know anything about that. The Order of the Azure is secretive, right? So the first ship that we come across.
Just because I find him distasteful doesn't mean he can't be helpful.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I'll use whatever resources we can. But if he's asking for information, then he might not have information. But what he does have is, well, no. If he was asking about now, okay.
Yeah.
But what if he's also after the stuff we are, wink, wink, and the places we're looking for?
Well,
Very good. Let's,
can I jump in for a second?
obviously, yeah. Sorry.
Given what you said about Yanmamori, no.
What you said about
Sorry.
Yanmamori? Stop.
Just get the urge to jump up on you
Stop.
sometimes.
You feel a spirit kind of coming in, just like, hey, I gotta talk to you.
Buddy,
I gotta
hey.
talk to you.
It's just
I
Fang
died.
coming
How
in.
do I handle this? How do I handle this little girl back here?
It's just Fang.
Given what you said about Yanmamori and what we witnessed of their power in the other places, and given what it seems he worships, I don't think he's working with Yanmamori. It would be antithetical to his god.
But why ask about it then? Is that what you said? You said he specifically asked about Yanmamori?
I mean, I was in a conversation, but if he wants to know about her, he may be hunting her, which is why he might be an ally. Unless he's lying about his worship, which is really dangerous. Especially given the god he worships. I would not want. Oh, he was Chiloko.
Chiloko?
It's a Skyfather in charge of Storm. I don't really want to go through the mythological beliefs. No, I wouldn't say mythological. The liturgical beliefs of the Arakaka from different areas.
You don't.
Oh.
I've had enough religion for a
I
lifetime.
love the moment of no, they believe in Allah, but they call it God. Like I don't.
All right.
Let's just say that particular god would believe that their displeasure is seen by storms. I would not go against that particular god if I was one of their followers.
Well,
yeah, I guess he made his point with that clap.
the ship went.
But,
the ship went
he's-
north.
Sorry,
To
the Kane Cornhill was being playful.
No, you're fine.
He seems more like a guy that believes in gold above anything.
Maybe, but he took great expense to take a ship very far north to go to a location that's called Farah, that north of North Imea, not Ariska, because that's on the other side, but the Deswolf is up like 6-8 months of this journey to bring back something unknown he won't tell anybody about, which is fine. That's some people do that, but that's a lot of expense. And then to ask about Yanmamori, there's something here is the problem, and we kind of.
Speaking of bringing somebody, he said that there might be somebody I might know from the shipwreck that I was in.
Oh,
yeah, the gnome.
Yeah, there's a gnome.
A gnome?
What was that? Vera?
Yeah.
What?
Vera.
What?
Yeah, there's a gnome named Vera here who was in a shipwreck about the same time you were, and
That
Just about the money, though.
oh yeah, okay,
Given the way he's behaving, he's probably wealthy.
uh,
And I mean that
yeah.
from your comment
Ver-
point of view.
Having been around,
He's
Veer.
well, yeah, but we have caste systems.
Veer.
He's he
Wealthy,
has,
wealthy.
he has
Somewhere.
power and money.
yeah,
All right.
even without being able to read his
That couldn't be the-
emotions, I feel like that was pretty clear to me as far as
It's-
having been around a lot of people with
What I'm
power
trying
and
to
money.
get at is that he didn't necessarily come by it by questionable means. He was born into it.
Right. I don't. I'm
the
not.
same.
All I think is that he's asking about Yamamori, and there is a large expense to do something. It is related enough to what we are trying to do here that I feel like to let it go.
Could she
To
be
not.
that far north?
To what?
Could she be doing something that far north?
Maybe, but maybe there's something she wanted, or it's that sort
Captain.
of like.
What about
Not
the
in here.
Where's? I'm gonna go find him.
Okay, cool.
Are you looking
Uh,
for? Okay.
You go.
He's in the
You go into the
kitchen.
kitchen. And you see like money handed over to. You see 4 gold in
And that's it.
in. Jeez, what's his name? In Edwin's hand, given by the cook.
Edwin,
Yeah.
you said you wanted to barter.
He wanted to barter.
Oh. Well, my men told me there's a person I might know by the name of Vera.
Vera. Yeah.
Yes. I very much need to see this person. If they were on the same shipwreck as me.
Okay. Can I finish my parfait first?
Bring it with you.
Okay. Apparently, Annette decided to be teaching one of your crew a lesson in economics, and I don't think we need this. And hands you the 4 gold. Okra.
Oh, Annette, she tried taking shiny stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the 4 gold back. Write down your best recipes, and we'll take that in exchange.
You see Annette kind of like look at Edwin. Edwin looks back at Annette. They both look at you. Just go, done.
All right, let's go up.
Cool.
And then you can leave those recipes with Riars. And you.
You see Edwin kind of like go out. Like, good, right?
Delicious.
Having it perfect.
Oh,
Good.
yeah. Can I get? Let me get another one.
Okay. Well, that would be 1 gold. Just kidding. Let's go. Come on. And like starts to like now like kind of like shove like you're ordering me around. Let's go. And like shoves you out the door politely. So Zed and Edwin are out. You see Annette come by, slips a piece of paper to Riaris, and then looks at Ogre and just kind of like gives a very polite nod and heads back into the kitchen.
What happened there? Just give you an address?
How would he give his
fuck?
ad? He doesn't. Wait.
Are these
No.
recipes? Toast? They gave us a recipe how to make toast? What?
Yeah, yeah,
Toast
absolutely.
is the
Toast
best
is on there
recipe?
for sure.
What?
You see toast,
Give us
packle
some
steak.
some.
Ooh, pack.
Is it
Something like-
world toast?
Oh, it's definitely world toast.
Okay.
because like you gave 4 gold for the
Mhm.
recipes. That's a lot. So I think what Riaris, you don't
Straight-
get a slip of paper. You just get the recipe book. That is probably just listed in a large scroll because they just wouldn't have it in a book. I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right.
Well, maybe we should finish this discussion back on our ship. Oh, of course, we probably don't want to leave Zed here. So,
Also, do you have diamonds we can trade for something?
who? Oh, is it? I don't think
Who
there's
you talking
anyone.
to?
It's just
Oh,
us.
you're
here.
saying
I
to
thought
the
we were.
group.
Okay, I thought we were still. Edwin was still at the table for some reason.
No.
Ogre, do you need diamonds?
Do you
I mean,
want-
I'm
they're
trying to
very-
leave NPCs and Zed's just throwing them out of the room.
They're fancy, but oh, is it like a? Is it a the a druid thing?
Uh-huh. So
That
none of you will
makes me
die again.
suspicious.
I don't feel confident in that response.
So I can get you shiny things that don't cost that much.
Like Ogre could fix their sails. That's worth like a diamond, right?
No. That yeah, it's yeah. That we'll get you a diamond if you want a diamond. We can get one. We'll have to test it very rigorously if we can get one in Gunbold. But we can find them in Gunbold. I'm sure we can find them in Gunbold. And they're definitely there. There's lots of diamonds in Gunbold in various areas. Some of them are real, some of them are not real. The casino undoubtedly has some. There are places we can get you diamonds. Oh, we cannot take you to a casino.
I don't think we can take you to a casino.
No, I definitely
Ogre
don't
got
wanna
a
go
whole
there.
set of dishes.
How did you?
That's lovely.
Ogre did
So-
what Yoon said and paid for it, and it was 4 gold.
Everybody's clear. Zed's not going off to kill anybody, right? He does. He kind of has a thing. Just to be clear, does anybody have any idea what he kind of went off?
There's that person probably. I think he's looking for.
Right, there's somebody who may have been on the shipwreck with him,
Yes.
Or- not with him, but
On the same ship.
well, I
Potentially.
mean, just with others. Zed. I mean, this person would have been on the shipwreck with him.
Yeah, T1 was strange. It was a weird conversation, and I relayed to like both you, everyone, just the conversation that happened, and T1's kind of reaction to like coming back to the table, and then Zed being like, "Do you know the Azure?" and T1 being like, "Nah," and that whole like basically thinks we're idiots because we kind of, I think Kalen thinks we've told him information he already kind of knows, or like myths and tales.
Well, I mean, I tried to tell the captain about our daring sort of our theft of our ship. The words, but he definitely didn't believe me. So I guess that's, it's not important that he believed me. I was just trying to let them know about the Mothernook a little bit. But
Riaris, do you how closely do you look at this recipe list?
I think not. I think it's a scan, and I'll look for later. I'm not that eager to look at it at the moment, so not that close.
what if Yoon is going on and on about the conversation?
What,
he
yeah,
just
what
had
is
with the
Riaris?
captain?
What is Riaris doing in this moment?
I think eventually, if it's kind of going into a Yoon meandering,
Well, he's trying to.
lazy
He's going to
river
try to
story,
tell, just like you guys like sort of told us what T-Wall said.
Mhm.
Yep.
I think he kind of related the important information about the about him going up to northern Nemea, but then also talk about possible casinos and places in Azumare.
The mention of Farah. Roll me a history check.
13.
13. Eric Cochran going to a city reminds you of times when you were, I would say, probably like, you notice it every once in a while with like how high up in the mountains you were, given the like altitude and cloud cover and things like that. There's a certain point where you would notice that there was, you would obviously see that there was a city that was directly below you. That you actually kind of like watched as a young kid being built from the ground up. But you remember, even as a young kid, actually seeing this like blip of gold on the horizon. That through the years you kind of like would wonder, and you'd like ask, and would never clearly get an answer. Until one day, you were told that's where the birds live. And there's a moment, I say with the 13, that you have an inkling that might be a link there.
Yeah, I think I was kind of planning on it anyway, but I think going down that, Riaris excuses himself. I've just been down there for a while. I'm just gonna get some fresh air if you guys don't mind. And we'll go to leave to kind of go above deck. I think it's a combination of that feeling as well, knowing that, as well as also frustration at the prior conversation. And I would like to go. My goal here is to go find T-Wool and speak to him if I can.
Find T-Wool?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got it. As you notice, like Zed and Edwin are having a conversation on the upper deck. I think as you kind of climb up, and you notice that T-Wall is nowhere to be found here. So I'll say, like, do you ask around, or do you try to just find him for yourself?
I think I'd ask around.
Okay.
Can I make a quick insight check? I mean, he's asking to excuse himself in the middle of this conversation we're kind of having down there, and we're all also in random somebody else's ship. I feel like when Riaris leaves, I just want to try to see if he's getting air for air, or if there's if he needs to go somewhere else. I'm not saying I'm going to follow him or do anything else, but I kind of wanted to, it's just I need to get some air in the middle of a story about an important place is kind of suspicious.
Okay. I'll say above board, I'm trying to give Dan a point to be able to kind of move into a story frame. So
Yes.
we'll say feel free to roll that check.
Yeah, I think I would have.
Yeah, then I'll think
once
I'll
you start
just,
talking about casinos and stuff and going into more the other minor stuff, then I would have been more of like, all
it's
right,
not important then, because I think
fine.
either way, I would have let him have his space.
Right.
I mean,
That makes sense.
I would even say my tells. I go out for
Right.
air when I need to space. So
That's
probably.
fair.
So moving Riaris, like kind of like moving from like the back part of the ship to the front part of the ship. I'm sorry, did you say that you were asking around?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, cool. You see okay, yeah, that's fun. The first person that seems to kind of catch your eye is a short gnome that you walk up to.
Oh, hi. Sorry to interrupt you. I was wondering if you could help me out. I'm looking for somebody.
All right, who are you looking for?
T-Wool? T-Wool? Yeah. Didn't know if you know where he might be. Just wanted to Briaris, by the way. Sorry, I didn't see you down at dinner.
You see her kind of like move closer to you, and she's kind of staring. She's making eye contact, but you get the feeling like as she gets closer to you, you get the feeling that she's not staring at you as much as staring at your eyes. Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh, are they? Sometimes.
Stop
Nah,
blinking.
nice.
Stop blinking.
Okay. Oh, the sea wind in my eyes is not great for this. Hi. Yeah, T-Wool, do you know where he stays?
Yeah, he's down below.
Oh. Okay. Would you mind leading me there, or no? It's fine. I'll find it. Okay. This way.
You're not dead.
As far as I know, What?
You're not dead.
Have we met before?
But he is. Right? Has to be. Has to be. And pushes past you.
What? Okay. I'll just go this way, I guess. I'll just kind of linger on her, see where she goes.
You see her moving towards the. Actually, let's see. I didn't roll a perception check on this. Nope. You see her moving towards the kitchen. Or, sorry, moving towards the dining room. Towards the door leading to the dining room.
Yeah. Thanks.
There's a moment, I think, fully like stylistically, you turn and you see you've come like face to face with T-Wall.
Oh, T-Wool. Hi, I was looking for you.
Are you the dog or the owner?
I'm not sure that I understand what that means, but I want to talk.
Fair enough. And doesn't lead you, just walks away and assumes you're following. As he goes down the hatch. And we'll say this is where we leave Riaris in this moment. In the dining room, you see a figure open the door and come in, hand behind her back.
Well, that is suspicious. Do you...
She goes to close the door.
Need anything?
Definitely in front. I don't like that. I'm ready to fight. I don't care.
What do you want to do?
I want to immediately disarm her. I don't like the fact she's hiding something behind her back. So if I can just grapple her.
I'm going to say roll initiative.
Sorry guys.
No.
Way to go, Kayla.
Yeah, everybody in the room or just her?
It's going to be a nat 20, but it's not. It's fine.
I'm not doing anything, so
it's up to you guys. Yeah, I would say
it would be a surprise round on me if she does something.
Yeah, I would attack outright.
Weapons vest.
If
17.
Kaelinor was acting, Ogra would have too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I'm going to say as soon as you guys see Kaelinor move, you guys can be one round behind. Is that fair?
Right. Yeah. That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So we'll say Kaelinor, you're the first to react here on this. Or sorry, what did you roll?
17.
Oh, she got a 16. Unbelievable. Okay, cool. So she goes to like kind of close the door. She even like kind of like whimpers like a little, excuse me, and is like closing the door.
Cool. I want to grapple with the intent to disarm whatever she's got behind her back.
You got it. You wrench open the door. She turns to go and like run and flee. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Got it. Ooh, only a 15.
Dirty 20. She immediately kind of like slips through. You feel a unless there's a bonus action thing you wanted to do here.
She's slipping past me. Fuck it. I want to make this hard for her. I want to Misty Step as a bonus action in front of her, so she has to get, like, you know what I mean? Like, to.
Okay.
Yes, I'll do that.
Cool. You got it. Oh, that's not good. You Misty Step. She's like, I fucking knew it. And then slams a knife into your foot, or tries to at least.
Uh-oh.
That's a dirty 20 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. Is trying to like pin you to the ground with it. You take you're not surprised here, so okay. So you take 7 points of damage.
That's fine.
As you feel what as you look down and you see what looks to be most likely some sort of like shiv, and she is trying to scramble up the I'll say she'll do an acrobatics check. The way this scene is about, I think the stairs are like right next to where that is, so like she's pinning you and trying to run up, and I'll say with this you have an opportunity attack, because she'd be leaving your spot there.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit her with my scimitar.
Okay, you got it. I think opportunity attacks. Can you
good.
grapple for an
Great. Can I
opportunity attack?
If it's an attack, then a grapple is the type of attack. So
Right. Yeah. So you can try and grapple again if you want.
Try. Yeah, I'll go for that. Athletics, right? Yes. Oh, come on. 17.
23. She like is like literally kind of uses the movement to kind of like push off of you. And I'll say at this moment, you guys, like the rest of you guys are probably like coming out. I'll be honest with you, I'm ending the session here. So as you guys are like trying to kind of run behind to try to kind of like come out, we see Zed talking to Edwin from her point of view. I can't believe she got you. I'll set you free. And jumps, launches herself at you. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.
Oh
Bye-bye.
my god.